The rules are broken, and the consequences are coming fast. Bella and Edward stand together against the fallout, but every choice pushes them deeper into forbidden territory. Welcome to part 2 of What If Bella and Edward Broke All the Rules. The line between love and danger gets thinner. EPOV. I'm the beautiful one. Holy shit. Surprised by what I just overheard, I back up 3 steps and then turn and duck into the dark kitchen. At first, I felt like the wind was knocked out of me and I couldn't breathe. Now I'm breathing so fast that I'm getting lightheaded. Jesus. I'm glad there's no one in here to see me practically hyperfucking ventilating over a woman, a ballerina, my ballerina. Well, almost my ballerina. I lean back against the wall trying to slow my breathing. I still can't believe it's me. Of course, I know I'm pretty good looking. Women have been telling me that since high school. But I've never been sure the ballerina thinks so. She makes fun of me as much as she ogles me. She yells back at me. She seems to be unaffected by the smirks and pouts that have gotten me invited into other women's beds. But Jasper said I'm the beautiful one when he didn't know I was listening. And Bella said I had to know who she was talking about outside. Maybe she was trying to tell me and I was so jealous that she wanted someone, anyone, to kiss her that it didn't occur to me that it was me. Christ. She invited that other guy into her studio to drink wine with her last night. And then she said she wanted the beautiful one to kiss her. What the fuck was I supposed to think? How was I supposed to know that she meant me? She fucking meant me. I bend over and put my palms on my knees, sucking wind like a fat man who just ran a 100-meter sprint. I usually blame the fucking cigarettes, but this time I know that's not it. So why can't I breathe right? Why am I hiding like a big baby in the pitch-dark kitchen? I quickly recognize the feeling that's got a death grip on me. It's fear. I'm scared shitless being so close to having what I want. My heart is thundering in my chest because I'm suddenly terrified to talk to her. But fuck, I want to talk to her. I want to go tell her how I feel, except she's so tipsy. She likely won't remember it by morning if I tell her tonight. And I want her to remember. I want her to know I'm sorry. Else as serious as the fucking heart attack I'm about to have. Tomorrow. Then. Tomorrow I'll call her. Take her somewhere away from here. Away from all of our well-meaning, but over-involved friends, and tell her everything. Then I'll beg her to give me a chance. I still want to find her tonight though. Maybe she'll be able to stay awake long enough for me to drive her home. Finally, I get my breathing under control and walk back out front, hoping I don't look as scared as I feel. As I walk behind the bar, I realize I shouldn't have worried because no one even notices me. Rose is Saint, ill, sitting at the bar and still pissed off, but her glare is aimed at Emmett now. I shift my gaze to Emmett. He's leaning against the back bar, glaring right back at Rose. Goddamn it, this is exactly the situation I was afraid of when I found out that my best friend and my sister were in love. I knew it would fucking go south at some point, at least temporarily, and that I would be caught in the middle. Jasper and Alice are on one side of Rose, talking quietly to each other and ignoring everyone else in the bar. I stop next to Emmett and put a hand on his shoulder for a second. You want to take off? Take Rose home. It's okay. I can cover, I tell him quietly. No, thanks, but it's probably better if we aren't alone right now, he responds tensely. I know I'd say things I'd regret later. Your sister would definitely say things too, but I don't think she ever regrets a damn thing she says. He crosses his arms across his chest and sets his mouth back into a grim, tight line as he continues to stare icily at Rose. I lift my eyebrows at him, but don't respond. He usually knows not to badmouth my sister to me. He must be really pissed. I see Bella walking toward us then. Since I'm distracted, I am able to keep my breathing and heart rate normal for the moment. I cock an eyebrow at Bella and jerk my head toward Rose to try to give her a heads up as she sits down warily beside Rose. Rose pauses in her Emmett, glaring long enough to aim a half-hearted smile at Bella. I move to stand in front of them as Bella reaches for Rose's hand where it's resting on the bar top. Rosalie, do you want me to take you home? I ask quietly. She shrugs. shifting her gaze to meet mine briefly. I'm surprised at the sadness evident in her eyes. Goddamn it, I really didn't want broken ribs or a split lip tonight. But it's looking more and more like I'm going to have to hit my best friend. And he'll definitely hit back. Emmett, we need to talk. My office. Now, I growl, turning to him. Ask Tanya to cover the bar for a minute and lead the way down the hall. I don't realize Bella is following us until Em and I are in my office and I turn to shut the door. Bella puts a hand against it and pushes hard. Then comes storming in behind us. Tiny, this doesn't concern you, Emmett tells her. I really don't need both of you back here trying to tell me what to do. Jesus, you and Edward can't even figure your own shit out. Oh, hell no, he's not going to start spewing shit on Bella, too. That pisses me off even more. I start to defend Bella, but she beats me to the punch. Emmett, maybe you should worry about your own fucking relationship and leave Edward and me alone, she says forcefully. Right now your girlfriend who is completely crazy about you, by the way, is sitting at the bar thinking that you don't trust her. She pauses and straightens her shoulders in determination before she continues. We had a fun night tonight and you ruined it for her. You should be ashamed of your behavior. I'd like to knee you in the nads, but Rose will be pissed at me when you two make up if I do. Tiny, I really didn't. Emmett tries to interrupt, but Bella's having none of that. He furiously shakes her head at him and draws a hasty breath before continuing loudly, talking over him. So you'd better pull your head out of your ass and go apologize to her, dickwad. Don't make me regret not hurting you. You've been warned, she finishes, narrowing her eyes at him, daring him to give her a reason to inflict physical pain. At the conclusion of the tongue lashing, Emmett is speechless. So am I. All I can do is smile as I look at her, drink in the sight of her face flushed, her eyes flashing with indignation after sticking up for her friend with a vehemence that I've never heard when she defends herself. Her face is still covered in lipstick prints and I still wonder where the hell she was tonight, but more than that, I wonder when the hell she's going to let me kiss her again. She looks too mad to be receptive right now. Fleetingly, I remember my assessment the night I met her. She's absolutely stunning when she's pissed. Jesus, I want this girl. I want her in a way I've never wanted anyone else. I mean, yeah, I want her body, but even more than that, I want her. I want her to talk to me and yell at me and defend me and laugh with me and hug me. I want her in my bed, but I want her out of my bed, too. And suddenly the fear is back, adrenaline coursing like fire through my veins again. But this time, instead of being afraid of getting her, I'm fucking terrified that I won't. Defeated, Emmett leans back and sits on top of my desk, looking at the ground like a little kid who's in trouble with his mommy. Intending to break the silence, I clear my throat and start to thank Bella for sticking up for Rose, but she's already turning to stomp back out the door. Idiot, she says quietly, but loudly enough that we can hear her, as she walks out the office door, slamming it behind her. I chuckle as I look at the closed door. I'm not sure if she's talking about Emmett or me, but I'm going after her as soon as I beat some sense into my friend, although TS of waiting until tomorrow to tell her how I feel quickly abandoned. Emmett, you're my best friend, but she's my fucking sister, I begin, then halt when he holds his palm out toward me. Don't start with me, man. I'm pissed and I don't want to talk to you or Rose right now. Just give me a minute, here, okay? He asks, finally looking at me. I nod and drop onto the couch behind me to try and get my fucking thoughts organized. I've been all over the place since Bella and I came in from outside. After a minute, I ask the question that keeps popping back into my head. Where the fuck do you think they've been? I wonder. I'm somewhat amused by their steadfast refusal to tell us, but also a little annoyed. He shrugs. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm so mad about it. It should be funny. Guess I'm a little too possessive to have a threesome, he says. Whoa, fuck. Stop that shit. That's my goddamn sister. Jesus, I didn't want to have that visual ever, I lament. Resting my head against the back of the leather couch. I press the heels of my hands to my eyes and rub, hoping to erase the last 10 seconds of conversation from my memory. He chuckles like an evil genius, and I know he did that shit on purpose. At least he sounds more like regular Emmett. Maybe I won't end up with a black eye tonight after all. I sit back up and look over at him. His face is more relaxed than it was before we came back here, so I'm hopeful that he's finally calming down. I stand up and open the door to the hallway. All right, I'm going back. Take a few more minutes if you need it. You'll fix this when you come out front? I ask. He nods. Yeah, but seriously, man, get off your ass with Tiny before you lose your chance. She's the best thing that's ever walked into your life, he says. I nod back at him before I go out the door. When I walk back out to the bar, Rose is sitting alone. Where is everyone? I ask, stopping beside her and sliding an arm around her shoulders. Alice was about to pass out, so Jasper took her home. She answers, depressed now instead of angry. Bella went with them. Fuck, I missed her. Luckily, Emmett hasn't emerged from my office yet. Right now I feel like punching him just because his stupid ass made me miss talking to Bella, or at least telling her goodnight. We never fight, Edward. He's never been this mad at me before, Rose says, sniffling. I hug her and let her rub her snotty nose on me. Jesus, I'm a good brother. When I feel her stiffen in my arms a few minutes later, I know that Emmett must be behind me. Rose, I'm sorry, baby, I hear him say. She pulls away from me and flings herself at him. The lip prints, it was just some girls, she explains, still blubbering as he holds her tightly and strokes her hair. You don't have to explain. This was my fault. I'm so sorry I overreacted, Rose. I just hate the thought of anyone else kissing you, he murmurs. I've heard enough. Shaking my head, I walk away to give them some privacy, and I'm not surprised when Emmett asks to leave a few minutes later. While he goes to get his jacket from the back, I walk over toward Rose. She looks better, her face relaxed now that she and Emmett made up. I ask if she's okay, wanting to make sure that she's comfortable letting Emmett drive her home after their fight. She assures me that everything's fine now and even manages a haughty eye roll as she refuses again to disclose any information about where she and the girls were earlier tonight. Sensing that I've hit a dead end on that subject, I try another one. Rose, did you put Bella up to all the flirting tonight? I ask, raising an eyebrow at her. I can see that she tries to hold the smile back, but she can't seem to stop the smug grin that eventually curls her lips upward. I may H. Avenue suggested that she push you along a little, yeah, she admits. She exhales loudly before she speaks again. Edward, I love you, so I'm going to level with you. You're confusing the hell out of her. I frown at her because she's confusing the hell out of me. Rose, you're the one who told me to be her friend. You're the one who instituted the fucking sex ban that's practically ruined my life, coach, I complain bitterly. She smirks, but doesn't call me melodramatic like I'm sure she wants to. Yeah, I told you to be her friend and I told you to date her, which you haven't done. It's sweet tea. Had you take her drinks and sit with her when she comes here, but, Edward, she has no fucking clue that you like her the way she likes you. And, no, I didn't tell her because she should hear that from you, not me, she says earnestly. I sigh, knowing she's at least partially right. I've been dragging my feet on the dating thing because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm telling her everything tomorrow. I wanted to tell her tonight, but she was too tipsy. I smile thinking about her little drive Edward crazy routine tonight. It was an arousing success. Stop looking like the cat that ate the canary. The sex ban is still in effect. But you've probably spent enough time being her friend, she says, smiling at me. She turns to go join Emmett at the door, but then whirls around quick. To lean back across the bar toward me. Edward, she's naive about guys. She hasn't been romanced properly out of bed or in it, she says. So, even though you're avoiding the actual sex for a while, use this time to show her how it's supposed to be, you know what I mean. Huh, did she just give me permission to do stuff with Bella as long as it's not sex? She turns around to walk away again until I call her name. Yeah, she smirks, looking back at me. I'm sorry about earlier today what I said to you, I say. I know, but thanks for saying so. Jesus, you'd think by now I would have Arned not to fucking talk to you when you're hungover, she smirks. I laugh. Thanks for real, this time. Coach, she rushes toward me, jumps into my arms and presses her lipstick-stained cheek to mine. You're welcome. I love you, baby bro. Love you, too, big sis, I say, kissing the side of her head and squeezing her tightly for a minute just like the pansy I'm becoming. Jesus. Thank goodness. It's late enough that most everyone is either gone or trashed. Call her tomorrow, she advises, turning away again and taking the hand Emmett holds out to her. I will, I answer. I will. Blank. Saturday morning, I text Bella before I leave my condo. It's only 10, but I bet she's up. Morning, ballerina, you free for lunch? I don't have to wait long for the answer. No, sorry, going out of town. Forgot to tell you last night. Where are you going? Home for a few days riding with Jake and Jared. They say hi. Tell them hi. When are you coming back? Next Friday. Alice will be running the studio if you need anything. Okay. Come see me when you get back. Sure. Have a good week. You too. At first, I'm upset at the thought of having to wait so long to see her and tell her how I feel. But since there's nothing I can do about it, I'll just have to come up with a foolproof plan for letting her know what I want. By the time the next weekend is over, she will understand exactly how I feel. And hopefully she'll let me fucking kiss her. Blank. Without Bella next door, the week seems to crawl by. Tuesday and Wednesday nights are pure torture. Em and Rose have both nights off this week, so I'm stuck working with Tanya and only have Lauren to keep me sane. I'm careful not to get stuck alone anywhere with Tanya, sending Lauren or one of the kitchen guys every time she asks me to help her get something from the back room. By early Wednesday night, I think she's on to me. She keeps trying to get me to go outside with her to smoke, and each time when I won't go, she gets more pissy. I catch Lauren snickering when I blow off Tanya's attempt to have a conversation with me. She's tenacious, Lauren says as Tanya stalks off in a huff after I answer every question she asks with a one-word reply. Jesus, like a fucking pit bull, I mumble, shaking my head incredulously. Do I have to paint her a goddamned picture? I'm not sure she'd get it even then. Edward, maybe you should let Bella paint the picture instead, she says slyly. What? I ask, wondering how much Lauren knows. Oh, come on, Edward. Tanya is the only one around this bar who is so blind or maybe so delusional that she can't see how you feel about Bella. Dude, even the kitchen guys know you're smoked, she says, smirking at me. Well, fuck, so, everyone around here thinks I'm a pussy-whipped fool. I ask. Damn, they're all good at keeping it quiet. I thought only Rose and Emmett knew. Not exactly. Thanks to Rosalie, we all know you're not pussy-whipped, she laughs. I'm gonna kill my fucking sister. When I put my hands over my face, Lauren grabs one of my arms and pulls it down, then forces me to face her. She seems like a nice girl, Edward. And it's good to see you looking so happy when she's around. I mumble something I'm not even sure what under my breath as I walk away from her. She laughs behind me, then spends the rest of the night quietly teasing me about Bella while she does her best to keep Tanya away from me. I take the early part of Thursday night off and have dinner with my parents. I'm nervous as fuck driving to the restaurant they chose, afraid something's up since it was my dad who called yesterday and asked me to meet them. He so rarely calls me that I was taken by surprise and couldn't think of a good reason to turn him down. I didn't really panic until he said they wanted to eat with me alone, no Rosalie to help deflect all the parent questions. Dinner is actually enjoyable even though I have to wear an appropriate shirt with my jeans, as my mother so sweetly reminded me via text this afternoon. By the time we're having an after-dinner drink, I've decided that maybe they don't have an ulterior motive for inviting me out tonight. So, Edward, are you getting along any better with Arrow? Dad asks, leaning back in his chair and swirling his scotch and water before he takes a drink of it. I frown as I answer. No, he's an asshole. I mailed him the rent check early last month just so I wouldn't have to look at his freaking face, I say, tempering my language slightly. My mom really hates when I use the word fuck as an adjective, or an adverb. I doubt if she likes me using it as a verb either, but since I never tell my mom who I've been fucking, it's never come up. Rosalie told us what he did to Bella. My mom cuts in, leveling her green laser beam eyes at me, waiting for me to chime in. Curiosity or ulterior motive? Too soon to tell. Yeah, I also mailed the check to him so I wouldn't pound his freaking face in when I saw him. I see it. I'm not sure what Rose told you, but I don't feel comfortable talking about what Bella told me without her knowing. I don't think she wanted me to tell a bunch of people, you know. I look down at my plate for a second as I shrug. I look back up just in time to see my parents exchange a look. Neither of them says anything. But I don't have to be a mind reader to know that a slight eyebrow raise from my dad followed by a tiny nod from my mom means, told ya so. Fucking Rose. I wonder how she's told them about my feelings for Bella. Of course, sweetheart, we would never expect you to betray Bella's trust, my mom says. When will I get to meet this young lady? My dad asks, smiling at me like I'm a goddamn teenager with his first girlfriend. I don't know. Come by sometime. If she's around, I'll introduce you as long as you promise not to make any weird fucking freaking comments, I say. Chuckling lightly when my mom purses her lips at my slip. Maybe she'll be around for the holidays, my mom says, recovering from my use of vulgar language enough to smile at me. I don't know, Mom. I don't really know anything about her family. She's not from Seattle, I reply. And that is my cue to get the fuck out of here. Jesus. Bella and I haven't even been on a goddamn date, and Esme's ready to hang up a fucking stocking for her on the mantle. Well, I'll stop in soon to meet her, Dad says, looking at me like he knows I'm about to bolt after Mom's holiday talk. I nod and tell them thanks for dinner. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I'm still not sure exactly why they asked me to come alone. It seemed like they were trying to get information from me, but they didn't pry very much except right at the end. I hug and kiss my mom, then pat my dad's shoulder as I leave the table, wondering if they got what they wanted. Blank. When I walk into the full moon a little before 9, I am surprised to see Bella sitting at the bar, talking to Rose. I didn't think she'd be back in town until tomorrow. I smile as I head straight for her, but as I approach, I see that her eyes are puffy, her nose is red, and there's a pile of shredded napkins on the bar in front of her. Suddenly, I feel a hand clamp down on my shoulder from behind and drag me into the hallway. I know without looking that it's Emmett. What's wrong with Bella? I ask immediately, turning to look at him, but desperate to get out front and talk to her. I don't know, man. She's been here for a couple of hours, knocking down the cosmos and alternately laughing and crying. Rose has been talking to her, trying to take her home, but she won't go. She's a mess, dude. I just thought you should know what's going on before you try to talk to her. Fuck. It better not be fucking Arrow again, I muse through clenched teeth. I walk back out to the bar owly so I don't alarm her when she sees me. Edward, she says excitedly, laughing and raising her arms in the air over her head. I smile at her. I like that she seems to be happy to see me. Bella, I answer in the same tone. But not as loudly. She laughs harder. I look questioningly at Rose and she shrugs at me and shakes her head, clearly concerned. Where have you been all night? Bella asks, slurring her words a bit. Dinner with my parents. It sounds like you've been here all night. How about letting me drive you home? I ask gently. Nope, not going home, she answers quietly as tears quickly begin sliding down her cheeks. Oh, shit, Emmett wasn't kidding. Too many things there remind me of him. He was everything to me. I can't face it tonight. Please don't make me go there, she pleads. Settle down, Tiny. Nobody's going to make you go anywhere. But where are you going to sleep? Emmett asks, sitting down on the other side of her and putting a hand over one of hers on the bar top. I'll sleep in my office. I just need one more drink to knock me out, she says, sniffling. Not until you drink some water, ballerina, I reply. Come on, barman. I won't drive, I promise. Gimme what I want, she says, laughing now. Hello, mood swing. She pulls the t-shirt she's wearing down off one shoulder like she did last weekend and shimmies at me, laughing harder and falling into Rose suddenly, almost knocking both of them to the floor. Rose chuckles as she gets Bella straightened back up. You know, Bella, if you were just regular drunk and not upset drunk, this would all be really entertaining. Rose says to her while she gets Bella's clothes situated again. Thank you, Rosie. I love you, Bella says and pulls Rose to her for a hug. Oh my God, I'm letting that slide because you're out of it. But if you ever call me Rosie again, I will hurt you, Rose says, hugging back. With difficulty, she disentangles herself from giggly Bella and looks at me. Jesus, she's stronger than she looks. I don't know what to do. Edward, Emmett and I are supposed to be meeting friends downtown. Go ahead, I'll deal with the ballerina. Lauren and Tanya can close without me if it's necessary, I say. Thanks, little bro, she says, smiling at me. I shake my head at her. She's always so sweet when she's just gotten her way. She turns to Bella. Bella, Em and I are leaving. You stay here and do everything Edward says, okay? Wait, not everything he says. Well, you know what I mean. She levels a glare at me. Please, like I would with her in this condition, I say, annoyed. All Jew. Saint make sure she gets home when she's ready. Not going home, Bella pipes up. And why is that again? Emmett asks, making a final attempt to figure out what happened. All his stuff. Too many memories. Makes me so sad, she says. Her eyes filled with tears again. I don't know enough about her past to know who he is. But if I find out, I'm kicking his ass for making her cry. Okay, you two, out, I say to Rose and Emmett. All the questioning is not helping Bella right now. She's too far gone. Go have fun. Bella and I will be just fine, won't we? I ask, looking at her. Yep, me and my friend Edward will be just fine. I'm going to the ladies' room, Bella announces and hops down from her stool. Emmett steadies her before she smacks his hands away and heads down the hallway. Call if you need help, he says to me as he and Rose head for the side door. We'll be fine, I say again, hoping it's true. Jesus, it's probably a good thing Rose was so upset last weekend. At least I'm not completely out of practice at comforting crying chicks. Although last weekend, I had Emmett to hand Rose off to. Tonight, I'm flying solo. Bella's back in a couple of minutes and still wants another drink. I make it, going light on the alcohol even though she glares at me. I get her to drink some water along with it, which I hope will slow her down, but she keeps going for another hour, giggling and telling me stories about being in the car with Jake and Jared. From what I gather, they treat her like a little sister even though she's older than Jake and she doesn't like it. She doesn't burst into tears again though. And they made me sit in the backseat the whole time driving there and back, she tells me for the third time. I told Leah though, and I know she'll get back at Jake. Fucker. I burst out laughing at that and she smiles back at me. Did you miss me this week, Edward? She asks, putting an elbow on top of the bar and leaning over to rest her head against her bent forearm. She's blinking more slowly now, letting her eyes stay shut for a few seconds before slowly opening them again. Jesus, maybe she's finally winding down. I hope that if I get her good and sleepy, she'll agree to let me drive her home. Of course, it's not the same around here without you, ballerina, I answer. She smiles more widely then lets her eyes stay closed. I study her face for a minute. Whoa. Wondering if she looks this beautiful and content when she's sleeping in bed. Unable to stop myself, I reach across the bar and push back the hair that's fallen forward across her face. Her hair is as ilky as I remember from the day I had my hands in it the day Arrow propositioned her. I play with her hair for a minute, until I see Tanya approaching us. She walks up and drops her tray on the bar right next to Bella's head, laughing contemptuously at the loud, jarring sound it makes. Bella startles and sits up, her eyes popping open as she searches for the source of the noise. Tanya, I seethe lowly. Oops, sorry, hun. What's your name again? Della, Estella, Cruella, she sneers. Jesus, she's a bitch. Tanya, knock it the fuck off, I growl. Jesus, I wish Rose was here. Rose would drag Tanya out by her hair for talking to Bella this way. Since I'm a guy and her employer, I have to be more careful. Oh, lighten up, Edward. When did you become such an uptight prick? I said I was sorry, she says, frowning. She picks her tray back up, tosses her hair over her shoulder and slinks away. Are you okay? I ask Bella, afraid she'll start crying again. To my surprise, she giggles. Yeah, she doesn't like me. Rose told her she caught us kissing that day, Bella says, looking at me. Rose told her that to be cruel. I kind of felt bad about it until now. Now I kind of want to kiss you in front of her. So go ahead, I answer, smirking at her. Nah, if we ever kiss again it will be because we want to, not because of her, she says. Damn, I thought I was onto something there. She picks up the lightweight Cosmo that I was hoping she wouldn't drink and slams it. One more, Edward, she says, pushing the glass across the bar toward me. Sighing, I turn around to make her the drink, only splashing enough alcohol in the glass to make it smell normal. Maybe I should just hand her a bottle of Jack and let her do shots until she passes out. Okay, ballerina, here you go. Last one, okay, I ask. She nods happily, her eyes wide open and shining again. Shit, I think she got her second wind. She drinks half of her drink immediately. Edward, you have any cigarettes? She asks me, smacking her hands down on the bar top. Proving my drunk girl table smacking theory once again. Yeah, I have some. Why? I ask, slightly amused by her question. Last week you said you were quitting, she says, frowning at me. I have mostly, but I still have some back here behind the bar, just in case I want one, I explain patiently. Good, I want you to teach me how to smoke, she announces. Huh? No. No way, Bella. You don't want to smoke, I say, shaking my head at her. Please, just one little lesson. I just want to try it one time, she begs, pouting her lips slightly the way I used to when I was trying to get something from a woman. She looks so fucking cute that I know I'm not going to be able to deny her if she really wants this. It will probably make you throw up, I hedge. She tilts her head down and looks up at me from under her brow. Edward, I think it's very likely I'll be throwing up at some point tonight anyway. So this is a good time, she says seriously. She pouts again, really sticking her lower lip out this time. I chuckle in spite of myself, then try to look stern as I answer her firmly. No, yes, no, Bella, yes, Edward, I groan and look up at the ceiling. You are the most fucking stubborn person I've ever met, I say, lowering my eyes to hers. That's not true. Rose is way more stubborn than Bella. I just said it for effect. Come on, we go out the door and stand in the same spot we stood last weekend. It's chilly tonight, so I pull my hoodie from around her waist and help her put it on. She leans back against the building as I zip it up for her, letting my hand linger for just a second at the top. Then I make the mistake of looking down at her legs. She's wearing really tight jeans and motorcycle boots. She looks hot. I like your boots, I say, still staring at them. Thanks. Jake made me buy them last spring before he would ride me on his motorcycle, she says, gazing up at me with wide, innocent eyes. You mean take you for a ride on his motorcycle, I correct. not liking her phrasing at fucking all. That's what I said, Edward, she insists irritably. I laugh then and pull the pack of cigs out of my pocket, asking if she's sure she wants to do this. Yep, I want to smoke. I want to be a smoker. A joker. A midnight toker. Steve Miller fan, huh? I ask, continuing to smile at her. Used to be, until I was stuck in the backs out of Jared's car for 6 hours without my freaking iPod. I mean, I like Steve Miller and Aerosmith, but not non-stop for 6 hours. Geez, enough's enough, she says. Did I tell you they made me sit in the back the whole way? The whole way there and the whole way back. No, you're kidding me, really, I ask even though it's the 4th time she's said it. I can't believe they would be so mean. I wouldn't make you sit in the backseat, ballerina. Or if I did, I'd sit back there with you. That answer seems to satisfy her and she smiles up at me. Then I light 2 cigarettes and hand one to her, helping her get it situated between her fingers. I want to hold it like you do. It's much cooler, she complains, not liking the way I've positioned hers in between her index and middle fingers. Learn to inhale first, then we'll work on other stuff, okay? I say, smiling at her. I show her how to take a drag and exhale, going into detail about how she can avoid making herself cough up a lung in the process. So, first I suck. Then I blow, she asks, blinking her dark eyes up at me. I'm sure all the color drains from my face, because I feel all the blood in my body rush to my dick. Edward, the look on your face. What did I say wrong? She laughs. Nothing. You didn't say anything wrong, I answer. Baby, she says, right as I inhale. What? I laugh, coughing a little since she made me take a deeper pull than I intended when I laughed. Did you just call me a baby? No, last week you called me baby, she answers. I liked it. I stare into her eyes as she takes another drag. She talks quite a bit as she smokes. She's now decided it's funny to talk about sucking and blowing. I'm not as amused. My dick continues to stand at attention though. Bella does pretty well with the cig, and looks way fucking sexier than I expect, tossing her hair repeatedly as she turns her head to exhale. I don't know which I like better, the sucking or the blowing, she muses, smirking at me again. I think I should keep practicing. Want me to practice, Edward? I don't answer that. I shake my head at her and look away. She's definitely flirting, right? It's different than last weekend, maybe because she's really drunk this time. Not just tipsy like last Friday. But it doesn't feel as lighthearted. She seems more serious tonight, or maybe I'm just more serious and want to see that in her, too. She drops her cigarette butt to the ground and asks for one more, wanting to light it herself this time. After her first drag, she starts talking again. When we met, you were smoking. Remember? She says, her words a little slurred, her eyes a little glassy. Yeah, I answer, smiling at her. You looked so sexy with that cigarette hanging out of your mouth. I thought about knocking you down and ripping your clothes off right then. She says, then takes another drag. She had a good time teasing me on Saturday, but I'm not sure she's doing this on purpose tonight. Her demeanor is completely different. My reaction, however, is exactly the same. I adjust things in the front of my jeans, which she notices. But there's no nervous giggle from her like I expect. Bella lets her gaze linger over my crotch and licks her lips before taking another drag of the cigarette. Why didn't you? I ask, smirking at her when her gaze returns to my face. Because I wouldn't have a clue what to do with you once you were naked, she says. Shrugging one shoulder. I've only slept with one person and I didn't really like it that much. Fuck me. Now, I did not need that information tonight. Who did you sleep with? Wait, don't tell me. That isn't something I want to know right now. Why didn't you like it? I hear myself ask. Jesus, I'm so fucking stupid. Why would I ask her that? I should be fucking running back inside by now. Forgetting this conversation, and calling Rose to get the hell back here and do something with Bella before I end up screwing her drunk ass up against the bathroom wall. It just didn't feel that good. Rose says he was doing something wrong if I didn't like it. She says it's like the best thing ever. Is that right? She asks. This time I close my eyes, then I pull Aneth cigarette out and light it for myself. Fuck. Bella, I'm not sure we should be having this conversation, I answer, trying to be honorable. I scoot away from her and lean one shoulder against the wall. Still facing her but putting several feet of space between us. She finishes her second cigarette and looks over at me. I need information, Edward. And you're my friend. And I heard you've had a lot of sex. I hope that someday someone will want to sleep with me again and I need to know what to do to make it good, she says earnestly. Jesus Christ, Bella, I can't talk about this with you, I groan. Readjusting myself again and turning to lean my back against the brick wall. This time she does giggle. She walks over to me and takes the cigarette from my hand. She takes a drag, and turns her head to the side to exhale before stepping toward me. She straddles one of my legs and hooks her fingers into the front belt loop of my jeans. Shit, her hand is way too close to my dick. She keeps her eyes on mine as she puts the cigarette between my lips. She holds it there while I take a drag, pressing her hips up against mine. She continues leaning against me as she takes one more drag herself. Suddenly, she tosses the cigarette to the ground. Do you think you'll ever want to kiss me again? She asks quietly. Fuck, ballerina, I want to kiss you every time I see you, I answer. Lifting one hand up to touch the side of her face gently. So this is okay? She asks, reaching up to dig a hand into my hair and gently pulling my head down toward hers. I hum, letting her lead. When she stops pulling on me right before my lips reach hers, I bite back a groan, but stop and wait for her to show me what she wants. I have cigarette breath, she whispers. Me too, baby, I reply softly. She smiles and pulls my head the last few inches down to hers. I slide my hand down from her face to cup her neck gently, rubbing my thumb back and forth along her jaw. She tilts her head up toward me and I press my lips to hers. We move our lips against each other several times before I open my lips slightly and wait to see what she does. She immediately opens her lips, too, and I feel her tongue lick across my bottom lip. I groan and she pulls back slightly, opening her eyes to look at me. Ballerina, I ask quietly. I like kissing you, she says simply. Then I think you should do it more often, I respond. Smiling at her, I tug her gently to me and kiss her again. There's no pretense of closed-mouth kisses this time, both of us leave our mouths open. She pushes her tongue into my mouth as soon as our lips meet and I slide my free arm around her waist to hold her body close to mine. Slowly, our tongues and lips meet and pull apart, over and over. Christ, I haven't been this fucking aroused from just a kiss since I was a teenage virgin. She slides her hand from my hair down to my neck and under the collar of my shirt to rest on my upper back. Her other hand moves from my belt loop up to my stomach to stroke gently against my abs. Involuntarily, I pull them in when her touch gets to be a little too much and I pull her more tightly to me to stop the movement of her hand. When she pushes her tongue into my mouth again, I pull it in further by sucking on it lightly. She moans into my mouth and digs her fingernails into the skin of my upper back as our kiss becomes more urgent for a moment. Then she sighs when I slow the kiss again and then gently pull my mouth away. I don't want to get too carried away in the goddamned bar parking lot. We are both breathing heavily and I lean my forehead against hers, keeping my eyes closed, still holding her, still being held by her. Once my breathing is close to normal, I open my eyes to find her gazing sweetly at me, smiling at me. I smile back and press a slow, chaste kiss against her lips before I lean my head back against the wall. She takes a deep breath and lets go of me, stepping back from me slightly. I need to go to the bathroom again, she says cheerily, as if she hasn't just been trying to fucking kill me with the kissing and the sex talk and the cigarette sharing. She struggles with the door. So I help her get it open and then watch as she weaves her way down the hall toward the bathroom. She may need help, Lauren says, walking up beside me. She grabs my hand and puts one of those stretchy ponytail holder things in it. When I look at her quizzically, she smiles. She'll be puking later. Pull her hair back. No girl likes to wake up with vomit in her hair. I chuckle lightly as I etch the band around my wrist, and Lauren winks at me before turning away to go back behind the bar. I notice Tanya glaring my way before I turn toward the hallway to follow Bella. When Bella comes out of the bathroom a few minutes later, I'm leaning against the opposite wall, waiting. "Hi, Edward," she says, giggling as she walks up to me. "You're really, really hot. Do you already know that?" she asks as she places both palms flat on my chest and leans on me. "Bella, I think it's time we get you to bed," I tell her, trying to ignore the way she's rubbing both of her hands up and down my chest. "I will not fuck the ballerina tonight. I will not fuck the ballerina tonight," I repeat inside my head. I jam my hands in my front pockets to keep myself from grabbing her. "Are you taking me to bed?" she says, hooking her arms around my neck and looking up at me with her open, trusting eyes. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to fight off a lot more of this attention. If it was any other girl and it was 3 months ago, I wouldn't even try. "No, ballerina, I'm not taking you to bed. I'm putting you to bed. Let me take you home," I implore her, putting my hands on her waist to hold her away from me. Rose was right though. She's freakishly strong for as small as she is, and she's successful when she attempts to rub her chest against mine. "Edward, I'm serious. I can't go home. Not tonight," she says, dropping her arms from my neck and leaning her forehead against my chest. "What happened, ballerina? Who is he? Is it Arrow again?" I ask softly, putting a finger under her chin to lift it so I can see her eyes. They are full of pain. "Arrow." She laughs hollowly. "No, not Arrow. Arrow's nothing to me. He was everything to me. I can't talk about it. I can't. Please." She starts to cry full force now, sobs racking her slight shoulders. "Okay, baby, don't cry," I say, pulling her to me and rubbing her back. She puts her arms around my waist and cries for a few minutes, then slowly quiets, still clinging to me and taking shaky breaths every few seconds. "How many drinks did you have tonight?" 6 or 7 here, I think. And I drank some in my office before I came, too. I canceled classes for tonight because I didn't think I'd be back. "I think I need to go to bed," she says, letting go of me and stepping back. "I think that's an excellent idea," I respond, relieved. "Just let me ask Lauren to close. I'm just going across the parking lot. You don't have to walk me," she says, stumbling backwards and finally leaning against the opposite wall. I laugh. "Really? It doesn't look like you're walking that well. And I'm not letting you sleep this off in your office." I look over at her beautiful, tear-stained face, at the way she's wrapped both of her arms around her middle. ND is kind of hunched over as if she's in physical pain, and make a decision that I truly hope I don't come to regret. "You're coming home with me. EPOV. As soon as I get Bella into my car, I'm afraid I've made a huge mistake." I put her in the passenger seat and start to buckle her seatbelt for her, but she slaps my hands away, saying she can do it herself. Shaking my head, I close her door and walk around to the driver's side. Quickly sliding into my seat, I glance over at her and find that she's not buckled in, but is curled up on her seat, facing me, blinking slowly up at me with her huge, brown, doe eyes. When I lean over to fasten her seatbelt, she hooks her arm around my neck and pushes her nose into the skin under my ear, inhaling deeply and sending pulses of desire through my body. "You always smell so good. I could just lick you," she slurs, and then she fucking does. She licks all the way up my damn neck, the wet warm strokes shooting sparks straight to my dick. Shit, why didn't I call Rosé? I need to calm the hell down. I close my eyes, trying to conjure up a vision of my 10th grade English teacher in my head. That woman had more hair growing on her face than any guy in my high school, even Marcello. The Italian exchange student. There she is. "Hello, Mrs. Wood." Shit, I forgot her last name was Wood. I give up. I'll just have to suffer through this. Quickly clicking the seatbelt into place, I reach for her arm and gently remove it from my neck, placing it back in her lap as I retreat to my own seat. She giggles and I smile at her in spite of my discomfort. You're gonna have to behave yourself, ballerina, I chide, turning back to the front and starting the car. No more of that tonight, okay. I fasten my own seatbelt and put the car in reverse, hoping oh hell that she stays put on her side of the car. It started to rain, so I turn the windshield wipers on, listening to the quiet squeak as they swipe back and forth every few seconds. MMMKAY, she mumbles. Why do you always call me ballerina? I don't know. I like calling you something that no one else does, I guess. Does it bother you? I ask. This is good. If I can keep her talking, maybe she'll forget about the licking. Jesus. Maybe I'll forget about the licking. That doesn't seem likely though, since I can't seem to think about anything else. I like it. Do you have nicknames for everyone? She asks slowly. I glance over at her as I shift gears, sighing in relief when I see that her eyes are closed. With any luck, she'll fall asleep and not be coherent enough to torture me anymore tonight. Nope, pretty much just you. I call Emmett dickhead a lot, but that's more of an observation than a nickname, I laugh. She smiles in HMMS, but doesn't answer. We drive a few minutes in silence and then I feel her arm slide through mine as she leans her head over to rest against the top of my arm. She sighs heavily and once again, I think she's gone to sleep. I'm startled when she speaks. The street lights are so pretty in the rain, don't you think? Everything's shiny, she says. Sure, I answer. I never really thought about it, but I guess she's right. They're going by too fast. Edward, I don't feel very good, she says. Close your eyes, ballerina. We're almost there. You'll feel better when you lie down, I say soothingly, reaching my gear-shifting hand up to the side of her head for a second to hold it close to my arm. Once again, I'm surprised at the shift in my mood around her. A few minutes ago, I was so turned on that I practically had to talk myself out of jumping her. But now I just want to take care of her. No one else has ever brought out this range of emotions in me, and even though it scares the hell out of me, there's also something about it that I really like. Several minutes later, I drive into the underground parking garage of my building and pull into my reserved spot. Bella seems to be asleep now, so I gently push her onto her seat before getting out and walking around to the passenger side. I open her door and lean in to unbuckle the seatbelt as I try to gently wake her. Bella, come on, baby. We're here. She opens her eyes slowly and lets me half pull, half lift her from the car. She leans heavily on me as we walk to the elevator and get on. I think I'm going to throw up, she mutters, resting her head against my chest. Her arms hanging limply at her sides. I know, it's okay. You'll feel better, I say, suddenly remembering that Lauren told me to pull her hair back. I pull the elastic band from around my wrist and manage to get it wrapped around her hair even though I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Before I have time to feel too proud of myself, the elevator stops on my floor and I persuade Bella to start walking with me down the hallway. Once inside, I help her out of my hoodie and take her back to my bathroom, knowing we're on borrowed time. She's looking a little green. I kneel down beside her and rub her back gently. No, Edward, go, please, she mumbles. I try to argue, but she shakes her head adamantly, so I stand up and walk out to the kitchen to get some water for her. By the time I get back to my room, I can hear that she's sick, so I go to the other bathroom and get some clean towels and wet washcloths for her. I grab a new toothbrush while I'm in there, too, left over from when Emmett used to sleep on my couch a lot, before he started dating my sister. As I go back through my bedroom, I grab boxers and a t-shirt for her to sleep in. This time when I get back to her, she's closed the lid of the toilet and is resting her head against it. Again, I kneel down next to her, rubbing her back with one hand while I use the other to wipe her face with one of the cool washcloths. "I'm sorry," she murmurs, her eyes fluttering open to look at me. I smile at her and tell her it's okay, then lift her up to sit on the toilet. Crouching in front of her, I pull off her bots and socks her and then look at her fucking tight jeans. Jesus, I don't know how she gets them off when she's sober, so I don't think there's much chance she'll be able to get them off by herself now. Exhaling slowly as I try to control my hormones, I get her to stand, holding her up while I talk her into unbuttoning and unzipping her jeans as I avert my eyes. I mean, fuck, I want to watch, but this really isn't how I envisioned seeing the ballerina in her underwear for the first time. She pushes them down partway and I clumsily wrap a towel around her waist, then sit her back down gently. Kneeling in front of her, I push her knees together to lessen my temptation and start peeling the denim down her thighs. She moves her legs around trying to help, and I have to look away as the towel slides too far up, revealing way too much of her upper legs. Jesus. I yank the towel back over her, muttering at her to hold still, and quickly pull the jeans the rest of the way off. "Are you peeking at me?" she asks, smiling drunkenly down at me. "I'm trying really fucking hard not to, ballerina," I answer honestly, but I can't resist running my hands up her calves and halfway up the outside of her thighs. Her skin is just as smooth and soft as I imagined. I wrap my hands around her thighs, squeezing gently before I pull my hands back to settle on her knees, stroking gently with my thumbs. I feel a rough patch on her right knee and look down as I trace the small scar. What happened? I tore my menace what's it called? I tore that thingy that goes between the bones. Doctor Taylor had to fix it and now I have that itty bitty scar, she says, giggling as she looks at me. She reaches a hand into the top of my hair, ruffling it gently, sending more flickers of lust through me. "You want to kiss it and make it all better?" she asks, sliding her hand down the side of my face. "Fuck, yeah." Clearing my throat, I answer quietly. "Not a good idea right now, Bella." I reach for the boxers and quick slide them up her legs as far as I can, pushing her legs apart slightly. I know if I don't get her covered up soon, I'll end up getting her more uncovered before long. Bella's in no condition to make that kind of a decision tonight. Plus, there's the whole sex embargo imposed by Rose. I don't want either of these women pissed at me, so I'd better get the hell up from my spot kneeling between Ella's legs is quickly becoming very dangerous. I stand her up and she pulls the boxers the rest of the way up, but not before I get a glimpse of blue, lacy underwear. She seems a little steadier now, so I leave her to change her shirt and brush her teeth, pulling the bathroom door shut and standing right outside in case she needs me. I hear the water start and then stop, hear a faint rustle as I assume her shirt hits the floor. When she opens the door and sees me, she tosses her bra at me, laughing. "Here's the push-up. Remember I told you last week, Edward? Push up." She giggles. She points to her chest, thankfully concealed now under my old Radiohead t-shirt, and says, "Not pushed up. Flat." I shake my head at her, biting my tongue to keep from telling her that I've seen her not pushed up tits plenty of times in those little tops that she wears to teach her classes, and they always look fucking great to me. Instead, I smile at her and lead her over to the bed, where I've already pulled the covers back so she can get in. "Lay down, Bella. Go to sleep. I'll leave the bathroom light on for you, okay?" I say. She lies down on her left side, facing away from me, and immediately closes her eyes. "Thank you, Edward," she whispers, sliding her folded hands up to rest under her left cheek as I tuck the comforter around her. I look down to see that I'm still holding the scrap of blue pea added material, and I walk straight to the overstuffed chair in the corner to gently lay it down. Christ, even when I'm mostly a gentleman, she almost kills me. Blank. An hour later, I stand beside the bed wondering what the fuck to do. I've changed into basketball shorts and a clean t-shirt and I'm tired enough to go to sleep, but I can't decide where to go, the couch or the bed. The couch, asshole. I tell myself, I should definitely not try to sleep platonically in the bed with Bella. I know that's the right answer. But I also know that Bella will probable. Why not remember coming here when she first wakes up? I don't want her to be scared waking up alone in a place she doesn't recognize. Once again, I'm amazed at the paradox of emotion raging inside me. How can I want to fuck her into next week 1 minute and hold her in my arms the next? Annoyed at my own indecision, I run my hand through the top of my hair as I stare down at the tiny ballerina. Jesus, it's been years since I wanted to be in bed with a woman for a purpose other than screwing, but I want to now. Giving into myself at last, I lie down on the bed after grabbing the blanket off the corner chair. I don't trust myself enough to get under the covers with her, even though I know she's out of it. My dick has a mind of its own most of the time, especially around her. I turn on my side to face her, to study her. I now have the answer to my earlier question. Yes, she does look beautiful and content while she's sleeping in my bed. Groaning quietly, I roll onto my back. As I think back over everything that happened tonight, the nagging asshole in my brain brings up the thing I haven't allowed myself to think about all night. Him. The guy Bella was crying over. Who was he? Just last weekend she said she wanted me to kiss her and I can't imagine that she'd lie about that. Tonight, she seemed glad to see me and wanted to know if I missed her. So why the fuck was she crying over someone else? I roll back to my side to face her. She's moved slightly and her neck is bent at an odd angle. Hesitantly, I scoot toward her and gently hold her head so I can adjust the pillow underneath it. When I'm satisfied that she looks more comfortable, I scoot back to my own side, shaking my head at myself. I may not have gotten the pussy yet, but I'm definitely pussy whipped, regardless of what Lauren said last night. Thinking that I won't discover any answers that will lessen my jealousy over him tonight, I close my eyes. Just as I'm about to drift off, I hear Bella shifting around. I open my eyes and see her burrowing farther under the covers, still asleep. She sighs deeply and mumbles something. Sure that I misheard her, I lean closer to see if she says it again. She does. Smiling, I push all jealous thoughts aside as I settle back on my side of the bed. Whoever the asshole she calls him is, it isn't his name she's saying in her sleep, it's mine. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. As I float confusedly in that blurry place between being asleep and being awake, the first thing I'm aware of is how badly my head hurts. As I blink my eyes open a minute later, completely disoriented, I realize that I'm lying in a bed on my right side and I don't have any idea where I am. Wherever I am though, it's really comfortable and the sheets smell good. Pushing up on my right elbow, I try to sit up. Groaning as my head protests the movement when I'm halfway up. Trying to subdue the pain, I slowly lie back flat and look up at the ceiling, watching it spin slowly. When I look to my right, I see that there's a light on in what looks like a connected bathroom, but the door is barely cracked, letting in just enough light to cast the room into dusky gray shadows. Large, inky shapes lie to the left and right of the door. My heart begins to race as my eyes adjust to the dim lighting and I begin to take in my unfamiliar surroundings. Blinking in time with my rapid heartbeat, my eyes slide to the wall on the right side of the door, the part of the room on my right, as I try to remember how I got here. I see a dresser against the wall with an attached mirror. But there's not enough light to see any reflection. The dresser looks like dark wood. It's oversized and the outline looks similar to one I've seen before at Restaurant and Hardware. So, wherever I am, it's nice, I guess. Whoever I'm with has money, I guess. Psychos don't shop at Restoration Hardware, right? I let my eyes slide past the bathroom door again and continue their journey through Where the Hell Am I, Ville. As my eyes focus on the part of the room in front of the bed, I can see the silhouette of a flat-screen television perched on a table that looks like it matches the dresser. Abruptly, the pounding of my head and heart quiet enough that outside sound breaks through a rhythmic pattern, a whispering pull of air, an answering huff that ruffles the hair on the side of my head. Someone's breathing right freaking next to me in this soft, warm, good-smelling bed. Shit, I whisper nervously, as a vague recollection of getting into a shiny, black car pops into my head. Hesitantly, dreading what I'm about to see, I turn to my left and see the beautiful one starting to wake up beside me. Double fucking shit, I moan, putting a hand over each eye. Edward makes a low, rumbly sound. It sounds a little like a chuckle. Desperately, I make an internal plea. Dear God, it's me, Bella. I know we don't talk much anymore and that's my bad. But if you could see fit to open up some sort of black hole right under this bed and suck me into another dimension, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, I may just be the first person ever to actually die of embarrassment. Thanks. Reluctantly, I spread my fingers apart, sighing disappointedly when I realize Edward and I are both still here. No interdimensional miracle for me tonight. This morning, whatever. Piercing green eyes are peering back at me through the spaces between my fingers. Jesus, even in the dim light of this room, his eyes are vivid as they search mine with sleepy amusement. How ya doin', ballerina? He asks quietly, his voice deeper than usual, rough with sleep. One side of his mouth is curled up slightly in a half smile. He pushes himself up and turns away from me, reaching over to his left. When he turns back toward me, he remains sitting and looks down at me sympathetically. Sit up, Bella. I have water and ibuprofen for you, he coaxes as he puts a hand out in front of me. I grasp it to pull myself up, wincing as my head chooses this moment to remind me it's not done with me yet either. Terrific. I take the pills from Edward's hand, down them with the water he gives me, then hand the glass back as I groan again and lie back. Thanks. Please tell me we didn't. I start, not even able to finish the sentence. It horrifies me a little that I might have slept with Edward last night. It riffies me a lot that the main reason I'd be upset about sleeping with him is because I can't freaking remember it. And I'm certain that sleeping with Edward would be something I would not want to forget. Does that make me a slutella? Probably. I'll have to think about it later when my head isn't pounding like the little drummer boy on speed. He sighs deeply. We didn't. Jesus, do you seriously TNK? I'm such an ass that I would sleep with you when you were that drunk. He grumbles, turning away from me again as he sets the water back down on his nightstand. He settles back on the bed, adjusting the pillows under his head as he lies on his side to face me. I turn my head to look at him as I apologize. No, I'm sorry. I don't think you're an ass, Edward. I just can't remember much, I say, although bits of it are starting to surface. I vaguely remember crying at the bar to Rose, drinking a lot of vodka, smoking outside with Edward. The memory of the alcohol and cigarettes brings on a wave of nausea and I groan again and push away all thoughts of last night for now. Fuck, I'm never drinking again, I say in my sandpapery, hungover voice. I try to glare at him when he chuckles quietly, but frowning makes my head hurt more, so I end up just staring at him. God, he looks good in bed. I study him in the shadowy light, wishing he was mine so I could run my fingers lightly along his jaw scruff. Tangle my hands in the mess on top of his head, lean in to kiss the lips that are slightly upturned, stare unendingly into the bright green eyes that are looking back at me. Luckily for my business, no one ever sticks to that morning after mantra, he quips. You're gonna be okay. You just need to sleep it off, he says soothingly, pulling the covers back over me and tucking them around each shoulder. I realize now that I am under the covers and he is on top of them. What time is it? I whisper. A little after 4. What time did we come here? About 11 o'clock. Embarrassed again, I groan and shut my eyes. So, not only was I a drunk, I was an early drunk. And I probably didn't pay my tab, I say derisively. It's okay. I know where to find you, he laughs softly. Even in my state of great pain, I am aware enough to hope that he finds me in his bed again someday having a better time. I'm really sorry. I was a total wreck last night. I apologize, my voice barely above a whisper. I should go. Quote. His laugh this time is a little louder. Go where? It's 4 in the morning and you rode here with me. I'm not getting my ass out of bed to take you anywhere this early. I laugh, too, then whimper at the shooting head pain it causes. Don't make me laugh, I complain, putting my hands on my stomach under the covers. I run my hands across the soft, thin TS. Hurt and then down over the boxer shorts I'm wearing. Where'd I get the clothes? I ask needlessly. Sometimes I'm absolutely brilliant. They're mine, and before you ask, I was a perfect gentleman mostly. I helped you with your jeans. But I didn't see anything except your legs and a tiny bit of underwear. I did see your bra, but only because you threw it at me, he replies, trying not to smile but failing. He looks amused, though. Not smug. Oh God, I'm sorry. How many other ways did I make a fool of myself? I wonder, pulling the covers up over my face. Lighten up, ballerina. You were funny. And we've all done it at one time or another, he says gently, pulling the covers back down. Go back to sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up. Maybe it's the hangover I'm nursing. Maybe I'm still really tired. Maybe it's sheer humiliation. Whatever the reason, I let my eyes slide shut and promptly fall asleep. Blank, blank. When I wake up again, the room is light and I'm alone. I push myself up slowly, hunching my shoulders slightly as I wait to see if the throbbing head pain will return. It doesn't. The medicine and extra sleep have reduced the pain to a dull ache. I scoot to the side of the bed and get up, then walk to the bathroom to survey the damage. After I go to the bathroom and wash my hands, I finally allow myself to look in the mirror. My hair is in a ponytail. A really low ponytail. That's not where I would have put it. It doesn't look like I have any makeup on. I look pale. Oh, well, at least I don't have a tar pit under my eyes lick. I did the last time I drank way too much and went to bed without washing my face. My breath, I'm sure, is awful. My mouth tastes like I don't know. Something really bad. Just because my head isn't pounding anymore doesn't mean it's cooperating with actual thinking at this point. There's a toothbrush laying beside the sink and I have a hazy recollection of using one last night. Hopefully, it was this one because I'm using it now. When I'm done, I splash some water on my face and pull my hair up higher into a bun. I meet my own eyes in the mirror. Stop stalling, Bella. You're going to have to face him sooner or later, I say. I notice a piece of paper stuck into the frame surrounding the mirror. Without thinking that it could be private, I reach for it and pull it out from the crevice. My face breaks into a smile as I read the words on the paper and realize it's Edward's fortune from the day we ate Chinese food in my studio. He kept it. I carefully tuck the paper back where I found it and then look at myself in the mirror again. I press the first 2 fingers of my right hand against my lips and giggle quietly, my hangover forgotten for the moment. It's a silly thing to be giddy about, but that's what I am. It doesn't necessarily mean anything that he kept his fortune. Maybe it was just left in his pocket and he mindlessly stuffed it between the mirror and frame. But maybe he kept his for the same reason that I kept mine, because it was the first time we ate a meal together, the first time we talked alone for more than a couple of minutes without curious eyes watching our every move. Buoyed by my discovery, I decide it's time to go out and deal with the fact that I'm here, in Edward's apartment, in Edward's clothes. Taking a deep breath and pulling the boxer shorts a little lower to cover more of my legs, I open the door to the bedroom and see Edward sitting on the side of the bed. He looks freshly showered, his hair still a little damp. He's dressed in his regular uniform of jeans and a t-shirt. "Hey," he says, smiling crookedly at me. "Are you feeling better?" "Hi," I whisper, embarrassed all over again as soon as I see him. "Yeah, I'm recovering." I lean against the doorjamb and fidget nervously with the hem of my t-shirt. "Well, his t-shirt. I made some coffee. You want to come out in the other room?" he asks. I nod and start walking up the hall, looking into the rooms we pass. There's another bathroom on one side and a bedroom on the other. Inside the bedroom is a treadmill and another flat screen, but no bed. I pause in the doorway to look. I hate the gym. And sometimes when I get home from the bar, I'm too worked up to go to sleep, so I run, Edward explains from behind me. Peeking around the doorway of the room, I take a couple of steps forward and see free weights laying on the floor in the far corner. I knew he had to be working out sometime. He has a great body. His shoulders are broad, his arms strong. I haven't seen his legs, but his butt always looks great in jeans. Now, standing here in this room where he runs, sweats, works out probably shirtless, I start to imagine what he looks like doing it. His wet hair plastered to his head. Beads of sweat running down his face and neck, the definition of his biceps and back muscles as he lifts weights. I start to feel a little warm and slightly lightheaded. When Edward leans close to me, looking over my shoulder to see what I'm looking at, I feel tingles erupt across my skin and I inhale sharply as I brace a hand against the door to steady myself. Oh, shit, does it smell like a locker room in here or something? He asks quickly, his breath warm against the side of my neck. I laugh nervously, trying to cover the real reason for my strange behavior. No, Edward, it smells fine. When I feel him back away from me, I turn to look up at him and smile, but don't trust my voice to say anything else. Pushing my lustful thoughts away, I turn to follow him back out of the room. He motions for me to walk ahead of him the rest of the way up the hallway to the main area of the apartment. I stop at the end of the hall, not sure where he wants me to go. He points over to the living room where I see a dark gray couch and two black leather armchairs arranged around a black, rectangular coffee table. Let's sit in there. You take anything in your coffee? He asks. Milk please, if you have some, I answer. Sitting sideways in one corner of the couch and tucking my legs up under me. I rub my hand over the soft cushion of the couch. It feels like suede, but softer. A furry, white blanket is folded across the back of the couch and I run my fingers through it as if I'm petting it before resting my cheek against it for a second. When I hear the refrigerator door shut in the kitchen, I sit up straight. Quickly making sure I'm adequately covered by the boxer shorts, and then try to sit still until Edward appears carrying two steaming mugs of coffee and a bottle of water. He hands one mug to me, then sets the water on the coffee table in front of where I'm sitting and his mug down near the other end of the couch. Thanks, Edward, I say, looking up at him. You're welcome. You cold? He asks, grabbing the blanket from the back of the couch and unfolding it for me. I pull it over my lap, mumbling another thank you in his direction. He settles at the other end of the couch with his mug of coffee. I like your place, all your furniture this, I remark, holding up a corner of the warm, soft blanket. He chuckles lightly. It's my mom. All of it. I mean, I had veto power. But she just kept appearing with this shit. I think she kept the neighborhood delivery guys in business for a month when I first moved in, he says with a hint of irritation, but also affection. I smile in return, then look around a little more as I sip my coffee. Another flat screen, some books, some CDs, a few family pictures all on the entertainment center on the opposite wall. The walls are bare except for a large, framed picture of Edward, Rose and Emmett standing in front of the full moon under a sign that says, Grand Opening. Everything in here is beautiful, but it still seems somewhat sterile. Other than the picture, I don't see a lot of Edward here. But at least his walls aren't covered with crappy sports memorabilia like most guys' apartments I've been in. The silence between us stretches for a long moment before he finally, gently breaks it. Want to talk about why you ended up smashed at my bar? He asks quietly, stretching his arm out along the back of the couch. No, I reply quietly, studying the caramel-colored liquid in my mug. But you deserve an explanation since you got babysitting duty. It's okay, ballerina, you don't have to, he says casually, but his voice sounds strained. I let my eyes rove slowly over his face, taking in the tension, the worry. Immediately, I know that I'll end up telling him whatever he asks because I don't want him to look at me that way. Resigned, I ask quietly, did I say anything about it? All you would say was it was a guy, he says, his voice stiffly. A guy, I repeat thoughtfully. I used the word, guy. He has the completely wrong impression. I can already tell. I think you just said, he, or, him. So I assumed it was a guy whose stuff you still have. He looks nervously at me. I hear him swallow. Yeah, I have a lot of his stuff. I say with a humorless chuckle. And he was everything to you, he says solemnly. I nod slowly, deliberately, and take a deep breath. That he was, I answer, feeling the tears gather in my eyes. The emotion clogging my throat. I close my eyes for a moment, recalling his face, his voice, his smell. When I reopen them, Edward's eyes are no longer fixed on my face. He seems to be studying the contents of his coffee mug as intently as I was studying mine a moment ago. You love him, he states quietly, still looking down. All my life, I confirm in a shaky voice. Edward's eyes raise back up to meet mine, confusion apparent by his frown. He was my dad, Edward. I was upset about my dad. Did something happen to him last week? He asks, concerned. No, not last week. Last Thanksgiving. My dad died last Thanksgiving night, I whisper. I went home last week to finalize the sale of his house and to be there when the Charlie Swan Memorial Trail was officially dedicated. I swallow a couple of times, trying to contain the sobs. What happened to your dad, ballerina? He prods quietly. I mean, if you want to tell me. There's not much to tell. Car accident. Wet, slick roads. He lost control of the car and that was it, I say, my voice flat as I fight to keep a handle on my emotions. Bella, I'm so sorry, Edward says soothingly, setting his cough. Down on the table and scooting closer to me on the couch. He puts a hand on my blanket-covered legs and squeezes gently twice before pulling it away. What about the rest of your family? Christ, I don't even know if you have siblings. I don't. It was just me and my dad. Since I was 6, I tell him, feeling more in control now. I smile sadly as I think of my dad, missing him. It still hurts every day. But it's getting easier to think of him, to remember the good stuff instead of just that one horrible night. I don't know what to. How can I help you feel better? He asks, frowning, looking down at my lap as he reaches for the hand I have resting there. He holds my hand in his palm, rubbing his thumb back and forth across my knuckles. I look down at our joined hands, too, at the way my whole hand fits inside his palm. I squeeze his hand lightly, trying to convey my appreciation at his gesture of comfort. I'll be okay, Edward. It's just going home last week, med to bring everything back to the surface. And I have most of his personal stuff at my apartment. I just couldn't deal with it yesterday, I say with a shrug, looking back up at his face. He's still looking at our hands. When Jake and Jared dropped me off, I just wanted to dance. That's always been my escape. It's always helped me deal with whatever was going on inside my head. But it didn't help yesterday. So I decided to drink instead. He looks up from my hand, frowning slightly, his brilliant green eyes meeting mine. I manage a sardonic half smile as I quirk one eyebrow at him. Excellent choice, obviously, I remark sarcastically. He huffs out a chuckle and squeezes my hand. Thank you for taking care of me, even though I don't remember a lot of it. You're welcome, Bella, he replies, smiling crookedly at me. That's my favorite smile of his and I smile back, unable to stop myself. Really, what's not to smile about? I'm feeling fairly decent considering the amount of alcohol I drank last night. I'm sitting in Edward's apartment, on his couch, drinking coffee he made for me and letting him hold my hand. I'm glad he knows about my dad now, too. And even though I'm still embarrassed by my behavior last night, he doesn't appear to think any less of me for anything that I did, in spite of the fact that I think I might have kissed him and rubbed myself against his chest. That part's really hazy though. Maybe that was a dream, not reality. We look at each other in silence for a minute and then I exhale loudly. I don't even know what time it is. I've already ruined his night last night. I really shouldn't take up his entire Friday, too. I raise my mug of coffee to my lips and drink the last little bit. Well, I should get dressed. Do you mind taking me back to my truck? I asked. Not at all. Whenever you're ready. I washed your clothes, I hope that was okay. You spilled a lot of alcohol on them, so they smelled pretty bad, he says sheepishly. I feel my face flushing from the bottom up and worry again about how much I've inconvenienced Edward. Thanks, I mumble, looking down. Hey, he says sternly, waiting until I raise my eyes back up before he continues. Stop that, your clothes are on my bed. If you want to shower, you can. Want to eat lunch with me at the bar before you go home? It's our Friday thing, you know, lunch. I laugh lightly then. It was one time, Edward, I say. Well, then if we have lunch again today, it'll become our Friday thing, he insists. Okay, I'd like that, I answer. My heart starts hammering away in my chest and I look down at my lap again. He wants to eat lunch with me, right? I hope this isn't about what I just told him. I don't want him to pity me, and I definitely don't want him to hang out with me just because he pities me. I force myself to look back up at him. He's smiling crookedly at me again and I smile back, relieved that I don't see a trace of that look I got from everyone last year. That look that said, I feel so sorry for you, poor Bella. Edward just looks at me like he usually does. He stands up, not releasing my hand, and pulls the blanket off my legs. He helps me up off the couch and trades me the empty coffee mug for the full water bottle, reminding me to rehydrate. After he tells me where to find clean towels, I turn to walk down the hall to his room and I hear him walk into the kitchen behind me. EPOV. As soon as Bella goes to my room to shower, I grab our empty coffee mugs and walk into the kitchen. As I rinse them and tea them in the empty coffee carafe into the dishwasher, I try to wrap my mind around what she's just told me. After turning off the faucet, I dry my hands and then shut the dishwasher door a little harder than necessary, kicking it shut with my bare foot. Sighing heavily, I walk down the hall to the extra bathroom. Once I'm inside with the light on and the door shut, I put my palms down on the vanity top and look down at the counter, shaking my head. Jesus fucking Christ. Every time I think I can't possibly feel like more of a prick, I prove myself wrong. I was jealous of Bella's dead father. Well, sort of. I didn't know it was her dead father I was jealous of at the time. But that doesn't really make me feel like any less of an asshole. Sitting on the couch with Bella this morning before she told me what happened, I was about to explode, thinking I was going to have to hear about some other guy she's in love with, or used to be in love with, or couldn't get over losing. But I tried to behave myself and be her friend. Rosalie's words about friendship and trust haunting me, even though I wanted to pout like a little kid, wanted to yell, wanted to hit something. I wasn't expecting to hear that her tears and crying were over her dad. I wasn't prepared to feel so elated that she isn't in love with someone else, then so shitty about myself for kind of being happy that it was her dad she was sad about. But that only lasted a second. The thing I really wasn't prepared for was how much I wanted to take away her pain. My chest physically ached as I thought about how badly she must be hurting now. And how terrible it must have been for her when it happened last year. She didn't mention her mother, and, shit, if it was just her and her dad practically her whole life and then he was ripped away from her. I can't imagine how torn apart she must have been. I'm not really a hugger, but I've never wanted to hug someone as much as I wanted to hug her then. Jesus, I couldn't even think of anything comforting to say. Then I was irrationally pissed for a minute at Jake and Jared for leaving her yesterday when she was so upset. After a minute, though, I decided they must not have known what was going on with her. They both seem like good guys and they treat her like a sister. I don't think they would abandon her any more than I would abandon Rosalie if she was upset. When Bella joked about being so drunk last night, it made me laugh and I was back to being happy that the coast is still clear where the ballerina is concerned, which led me right back to feeling like a prick. I look up at myself in the mirror. Cullen, you are a class A asshole, I tell the guy looking back at me. The asshole in the mirror tries to defend himself, reminding me that I was to a saint last night at the bar, pushing the jealous rage aside because she was so goddamned wrecked. All I wanted was to make her feel better and then to beat the shit out of the motherfucker who was making her cry. Then, Jesus Christ, the little stunt she pulled with the cigarettes and the kissing almost completely tanked any good intentions I had. My dick may not recover for a week from all that teasing. But again, I was a gentleman. I only touched safe areas, never veering too near her tits or ass. If we hadn't been outside where anyone could see us, I'm not entirely sure I would have been so noble though. When I brought her here, I behaved myself for the most part. I did touch her legs, but, Christ, given her state of undress, I think I did well to stop there. Besides, I've been waiting over 2 months to get my hands on those legs. I hope I don't have to wait 2 more months to touch them again. As I look into the mirror, jacking with my hair for at least the 4th time this morning. I know Emmett was right about both things he told me last week. She's the best thing that's ever walked into my life, and it's time for me to get off my ass. When I walk out of the bathroom, I hear the water still running in my shower. Jesus, that's all I need to be standing here thinking about Bella being naked in the next fucking room, naked and wet, in my shower, alone. Christ. This woman is going to drive me insane before I get her in my bed for something other than sleep. I lean against the wall in the hallway and run my hands roughly up and down my face, trying to rub out the image stuck in my head. Exhaling the breath I didn't realize I was holding, I let my head fall back against the wall and stare up at the ceiling. Goddamn, I'm such an asshole. Who's having lunch with the ballerina? Pushing off the wall, I walk toward the living room, not quite able to wipe the smile off my face. I'm so fucked. Blank. When I hear my bedroom door open 15 minutes later, I get up from the couch and toss the magazine I was reading down onto the coffee table. When she comes into the room dressed in clothes that I know smell like me, with her wet hair in a ponytail, I can't stop the grin that spreads across my face. What? She asks suspiciously, narrowing her eyes at me. I shake my head at her and chuckle quietly. Nothing. Ballerina, you ready? I ask. She nods. So I switch off the lights and open the door for her. Silently, we walk down the hall and wait for the elevator. When we get on the elevator, I swallow nervously. I was going to wait and ask in the car, but I'm too fucking jumpy. I need to get it out. What are you doing for Thanksgiving next month, Bella? I ask, turning my head to look at her beside me as I nudge her gently with my elbow. I don't know. Probably nothing. Jacob's family invited me, but I don't think I can go back home to Forks again for a while, she answers, shrugging as she looks up at me. He turns her head to face forward again and jams her hands into the pockets of my hoodie. I washed it for her too, even though I was tempted to steal it back because it smelled like her. I turn to face her, my heart pounding in my chest. Fuck, I haven't done this in years. You should come to Thanksgiving at my parents' house, I say, hearing how unsteady my voice sounds. She turns her head to look at me curiously, then turns her entire body, cocking her head at me slightly. She smiles at me, but her eyes don't shine like they usually do. Thanks, that's sweet, but I would feel like I was intruding on your family time, she answers, looking directly into my eyes. Why? We're friends. You and Rose are friends. You've already met my mom. Plus, Emmett's coming, I argue. That's different. Emmett and Rose are dating, she retorts, giving me the perfect opportunity. I swallow needlessly, hoping to stop the flopping of my stomach. So go out with me tonight. Then we'll be dating, too, I counter, smiling crookedly and breathing so fast that I'll probably fucking pass out from carbon dioxide buildup before she answers. Her lips fall apart slightly and she stares at me with big, round eyes. If she wasn't slowly blinking, I'd think she was in shock. I'm hoping this is a good sign. If she didn't want to go, she'd make a gagging noise or something, right? Suddenly, her lips move like she's going to say something, but no noise comes out of her mouth. I swallow again and force a chuckle even though I don't fucking feel like laughing. Bella, Jesus, you sure know how to wound a guy's ego, I make myself say teasingly. Reaching up to grasp the strings of the hood on her sweatshirt and tugging lightly before letting go. Shit, I hope she can't tell that I'm sweating bullets under my shirt waiting for her to answer. But you don't date, Emmett said. She stutters, still blinking up at me. Yeah, well I also don't bring girls to my condo, so I guess I'm breaking all my rules for you, I say. Half smiling and shifting my weight nervously from foot to foot. Is she going to say yes or not? She bites her bottom lip and her face relaxes as the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. You really don't bring girls here? She asks. I want to groan in frustration because she still hasn't fucking answered me, but I shake my head at her instead. I really don't, I confirm. Her smile widens and her brown eyes shine as they bore into mine. Only drunk friends who are girls, huh? She asks teasingly. Not even them. I made an exception for you, ballerina. She giggles a little, then her expression dissolves into skepticism. This isn't a pity date, is it? This time I do groan, letting my head fall forward toward my chest for a second before I look back up at her. The elevator comes to a stop in the underground parking garage and dings softly as the doors open. No, Bella, it's not a pity date, I finally answer, putting a hand on her waist to guide her off the elevator. I was intending to let her go when she started walking, but she moves in close to my side to walk right next to me, so I slide my hand farther around her to keep her in place. I dig my keys rom my pocket with my other hand and see the red taillights of my car flash as the doors unlock. I walk Bella to the passenger side, but instead of opening the door for her, I trap her against the car, putting my hands on the roof on either side of her shoulders. She smirks up at me, knowing that she hasn't answered me. I'm sure now that she's screwing with me that she's going to say yes, so I smirk back. Come on, ballerina, don't make me wait, give me an answer, I say, wrapping her wet ponytail around my hand. She keeps her eyes locked on mine as she slowly nods. Yeah, I say, quirking an eyebrow at her, fighting the urge to laugh in relief. My fucking heart starts racing again. Shit, now I'm nervous about where to take her. Thank God Emmett's working this afternoon. He'll help me. I'll have to listen to all kinds of smart-ass comments all day, but he likes Bella enough that he'll want to help me not totally mess this up. Yes, Edward, she says. Slowly, never breaking eye contact with her. I lean the rest of the way in, only sliding my eyes shut after she does. I press my lips against hers softly, letting go of her hair and using both of my hands to cup the sides of her head. I pull away slightly, but move back in when she puts her hands on my upper arms and tugs me back toward her. We both keep our lips open as our mouths meet, pull apart, then meet again several times, but neither of us deepens the kiss. I'm content with the safer kisses for now that I know there will be a later. Finally pulling completely away from her, I open my eyes and smile at her again. Noting that her eyes are slightly glassy as she smiles back, I take a step back and open the passenger door for her, then shut it once she's inside. I exhale loudly as I walk around the back of the car. I think she's actually trying to kill me, I mutter to myself, shaking my head. Oh, well, what a fucking way to go. BPOV. During the drive over to the bar, Edward and I talk about music and discover that we like a lot of the same bands. He doesn't like hip-hop though. I've spent so much time dancing to it with Seth lately that I've started listening to it more when I'm not dancing, liking the heavy bass beat. Seth is still trying to teach me everything he knows before he leaves town in a month. Edward promises to give hip-hop a shot if I promise to listen to some old 80s punk which I've never listened to before with him. After we shake on it, he drags his fingers across my palm as he releases my hand, tickling me. The way he's smiling at me combined with the way he just grazed his fingers against mine causes flutters of warmth to rush through my body. I'm not sure how this keeps happening, how he makes my body react so immediately, so intensely, to even casual touches, but I hope it doesn't stop anytime soon. As we pull into the parking lot between our buildings, he glances over at me. Emmett and Rose are already here, he says unnecessarily. It's impossible to avoid seeing that Emmett's huge Jeep is parked in its usual spot. Okay, I reply slowly, looking back at him blankly. He stammers, clearly agitated as he pushes his hand through his hair roughly. He sighs loudly as he parks the car next to the full moon's side door. They're probably going to give us a bunch of shit, you know, when we walk in together, he says nervously, turning his head to look at me. Ah, now I get it. He doesn't want me walking in with him. I inhale quickly and force my lips to curl into a smile so he doesn't see how disappointed I am that he doesn't want people to know about us. Not that there's officially an us, but I did think we were getting somewhere this morning. I can go over to the studio if you don't want me to come in with you, I offer with a fake smile on my face and a fake chipper tone in my voice. He's shaking his head at me before I finish speaking. I just didn't want you to walk in unprepared. I want you to come in with me, he insists. He looks sincere, which changes my fake smile to a real one in the space of one heartbeat. If you're okay with it. Okay with it. Oh, hell yeah. Still smiling, I nod as I answer him. I can handle Emmett and Rose. As he opens his door, his face breaks into a quick grin and he mutters something under his breath that sounds like, "No shit, you can handle them," making me laugh quietly as I get out my side. He's still grinning as he waits for me at the front of the car, and then he opens the door to the bar for me, holding it as he puts a hand on my lower back to guide me in. He's done that before, but it feels different to me today. And he doesn't let go once we're inside. Emmett is standing behind the bar, his head turned away from us, using the beverage gun to fill a glass with soda. He begins to speak loudly without looking toward the door. He probably heard the noisy, unmistakable rumble of Edward's car when we drove in. I always hear it if I'm at the studio when he arrives, although I might be listening for it a bit more than others do. Well, look who finally fucking decided to show, Emmett says sarcastically, his voice cutting off abruptly when he glances over and sees me walking beside Edward. Sees Edward's arm resting on my back. "Tiny?" he asks, turning his body toward us, surprise evident on his face. "Hi, Emmett," I say brightly, as Edward and I continue walking toward the bar. Emmett is still staring, his thumb still pressing the Coke button on the gun. "You're spilling," I point out, trying not to laugh at the fact that he's streaming soda directly onto the floor behind the bar. "Shit," he exclaims quietly, putting the gun away and grabbing paper towels from under the bar to start mopping up his mess. Looking around, I spot Rose sitting in a booth on the far wall. Wearing sunglasses even though it's not bright in here, her head cradled in her hands. When I peek over my shoulder at Edward, he's laughing quietly, looking back at me. "I'm going to go talk to Rose," I tell him. He nods and tugs lightly on the back of my hoodie before letting go as I walk toward Rose while he turns to go behind the bar. As I get closer to Rose, she picks up what looks like a Bloody Mary in front of her. Finishing the little bit that was left in the glass. She doesn't look my way, but she doesn't seem surprised when I slide into the other side of the booth. "Hi, Rosalie," I say. "Not so loud, Bella. I'm way hungover," she whimpers, still staring down into her drink. "Sorry," I whisper, leaning across the table toward her slightly. "Can I do anything for you?" "No. Once the Bloody Mary and painkillers set in, I'll be okay. And since Edward's decided to show up, I can go home and take a nap. Although now he wants me to work for him tonight, too." "Dickhead," she grumbles. She jabs the straw around in the glass and sucks at it again, trying to get a little more to drink, but there's really nothing left. She huffs as she sets the glass down forcefully, then cringes at the sound of glass and wood meeting. I smirk at her downturned head, but say innocently, "Want me to call off the date so you don't have to work?" She slowly raises her head to look at me. I think she's still wearing the sunglasses, so I can't tell if her eyes are open or not. "He's taking you out. It's about fucking time, she says, still sounding grumpy, but her lips are turned up into a slight smile now. She rubs her fingers slowly against her temples and slouches down in the booth, resting her head on the top of the backrest. How come you're not as hungover as I am? You were trashed last night. I shrug nonchalantly even though I'm not feeling nonchalant about anything today. Your brother took care of me. And I probably had more sleep than you, I offer. You didn't sleep with my brother, did you? She asks. She doesn't lift her head, but her tone is much more serious than a moment ago. I frown slightly, wondering why it should matter to her, but I answer honestly. Technically, yes. Figure of speech wise, no. So you slept in the same bed, but there was no sex. She deduces. I mmm quietly, trying to keep my face neutral, just in case she's looking. Whose bed? She pries. His, I answer. Slowly, she sits up, pulls her sunglasses off and leans forward across the table toward me. You know he doesn't do that shit, right? She asks, her beautiful blue yes tinged with pink as she looks at me intently. I say again. She shakes her head slowly. Well, son of a bitch. The stupid candy ass grew some brains and balls after all. She chuckles lightly, then slouches back into her earlier position, leaving the sunglasses off this time. If you don't want me to hear what you're saying about me, you'd better stop talking, Edward says from a few feet away as he approaches us. Smiling, I turn to look at him as he gets nearer. How ya doin', sis? He says loudly, smirking when she cringes and bends forward to lay her head down on top of the table. He's carrying 2 drinks and he sets one in front of each of us, then sits down beside me, sliding over right next to me so that our shoulders, hips and legs are touching. Edward, that's just cruel. I don't have to work for you tonight. You know, Emmett and I already came in for you this morning to cover deliveries, she mumbles, still face down on the table. He chuckles lightly, but reaches across the table to pat the crown of Rose's head gently. Sorry. Drink up, girls. I made you each a spicy drink. It cures just about everything. I don't think I need one. I feel okay, I answer. Thinking about alcohol is enough to make my stomach a little queasy again. Yeah, I know you do now, ballerina, but this will keep it that way, he explains. The front door opens and Rose looks up, mutters the F word under her breath and looks pleadingly at Edward. He turns around to see who came in and calls, "Hi, Mom," cheerily, waving her over. "Hello, my babies, and hello, Bella. Having a little hair of the dog, ladies?" Esme asks as she chuckles. We both nod. Yes, Mom. They both got shit-faced last night and Emmett and I had to take care of them, Edward answers with a serious face, sounding like a total suck-up. He bumps me with his shoulder teasingly. I elbow him back lightly, smiling when he laughs. That's nice, dear. Everyone needs someone to take care of, Esme says distractedly, studying Edward, then me. Then Edward again. Edward, I'll take one of those drinks, too. Were you drunk last night, too? He grins. Esme laughs like it's the funniest thing she's ever heard, causing Rose to roll her eyes. No, darling. It just looks good. Now get going, she says, smiling down at him. Yes, ma'am, he answers. He turns to grin at me as he gets up. Esme sits down beside me as soon as he leaves. Other than hungover, how are you two? She asks. Good, Mom. Everything's good, Rose answers, picking her sunglasses up and sliding them back on. Me, too. Everything's good, I answer. I think I noticed that everything was good, she smiles at me. Edward and Bella have a date tonight, Rosalie offers. She's always happy to put the spotlight on someone else when her mother's around. She complains often about Esme, but they seem close despite the amount of bickering I've heard when I've been around them. Esme laughs lightly, looking at me. Really? He finally wised up, did he? I couldn't get anything out of him at dinner last night and was afraid he was screwing it all up. So, where are you going? She asks me, Her freaky Edward eyes all lit up. I shrugged one shoulder. I don't know. We didn't really talk about it in specifics. I think I'll go have my drink at the bar, she says, sweeping out of the booth and heading for Edward. I turn around and see I.M. narrow his eyes at Rose while she gives him a huge smile. She turns back to me laughing quietly. I feel better, remarkably. Does your mother annoy you as much as mine does me? She asks. Definitely, I answer, looking down at the table and suddenly wishing I had sunglasses to hide behind, too. Oh, well, I'll have to settle for the Bloody Mary. I pick it up and drink about a third of it without stopping. Oh, my God, it's so spicy. I will be really embarrassed if I choke on this. Slow down, Bella. Geez, was it something I said? Rose asks. I guess her eyes are open behind the dark lenses. No, just thirsty, I say, firing a quick smile at her before diverting the conversation. Are we still on for tomorrow afternoon? You're a lesson, I say, dropping my voice down so it's barely louder than a whisper. Yeah, Emmett's birthday is right after Halloween. So I only have a couple of weeks, she says, using her finger to rub at her temples again. I may have to be drunk again to do this, I mutter, poking my straw around my drink until I find the olives that I've seen Edward put in Bloody Marys before. I stab one with the straw and slide it up the inside of the glass until I can grab it with my fingers and pop it in my mouth. I didn't realize until just now, but I'm starving. When's the last time I ate? I guess it was lunch yesterday on the way back from Forks with Jake and Jared. No wonder this olive tastes like the best thing I've ever eaten. I pull my glass closer and dig my straw around again, searching for the second one. Bella, it'll just be us and Alice. What's a little skin show between friends? Rose asks, laughing a little. Huh, Edward asks from beside the table. I jerk my head up to look at him. I didn't even notice him coming. I feel my face redden. Why? La Rose laughs at me from across the table and then, thankfully, Edward shifts his eyes to Rose. Mom wants you to have lunch with her here. But I'm working, Rose protests. I find the other olive and manage to get it out of the glass quickly and eat it. Edward laughs loudly at that statement. Yeah, I can tell by the way you're sitting over here holding your head and drinking my booze. I take another big sip of the drink. Then decide I've had enough. Mumbling under her breath, Rose slides out of the booth and heads toward the bar where Esme is sitting, chatting animatedly with Emmett. I art to scoot out of my side of the booth, but Edward puts a knee on the seat so I can't get out. Where are you going, ballerina? He asks, looking in my eyes. I'm going to the studio for a little while. I need to clean up over there. I answer. Okay. They'll never leave us alone today anyway. You want to eat lunch at the studio instead. I'll bring whatever you want, he says, smiling down at me as he steps back so I can get up. I smile at him as I stand. Sure, I want anything with fries, I answer. He grins down at me and walks with me to the side door of the bar, waiting patiently as I stop to tell Esme and Rose goodbye. He pushes the door open for me and I speed up to get past him, feeling awkward and not knowing what to say. Bella, he says. I turn around. I'll be over in a little while. He smiles at me and I nod back before walking briskly across the parking lot to my door. Blank. When I get inside the studio, I go into Studio 1 and find my iPod on the stereo dock where I left it yesterday. Yesterday I played my slowest, saddest songs as I tried to dance some of the pain away. Today, though, I turn on my favorite fast song playlist, the one with all the songs that are inappropriate for students so I can only play them when I'm here alone. I smile as the music starts, humming along to myself. I grab a rag and dust the shelves in the room. I wipe down the bar. I contemplate cleaning the mirrors, but that takes a while so I decide I'd rather do that tomorrow. Finally, I cave and opt to do what I've wanted to for the last couple of hours. Dance. Dance has always been two things for me, a celebration and an escape. When I'm happy, the first thing I want to do is dance. Conversely, When I'm upset, the only thing I want to do is dance. Well, except yesterday when I drank instead, but I'm trying not to dwell on that. Today it's happy dancing time. In the bathroom, I change into a cami and booty shorts, then grab my paws from my dance bag and walk back into the studio, hanging a sweat towel and Edward's hoodie from one end of the bar. Standing in front of the mirror, I switch my hair from a ponytail into a loose bun, slide the paws onto my feet and smile at the ballerina looking back at me. Giggling, I move to stand at the bar and spend several minutes stretching, warming up. Plie, plie, grande plie, tendu, dégagé, rond de jambe, grand battement and cloche. Arabesque. Turn and repeat on other side. I do the entire sequence again on both legs, then roll my ankles, my shoulders and my neck. Finally, I feel warm anew. To do what I've been dying to do, leap. I start with split leaps. Chassé, step, leap. Chassé, step, leap. Chassé, step, leap. I do a few more, then progress to side leaps. I move on to leap turns. Chaîne relevé, chaîne plié. Leap and turn. I chassé, step, kick, leap my way into a few switch leaps. Then finally, I do my favorite leaps, calypso leaps across the floor until I almost run into the wall on the far end of the room. Laughing at myself, I move back to the center of the room, fanning my face with my hands. I'm getting sweaty faster than normal, probably from the amount of residual alcohol left in my system. I'm sweating it out now, though it most likely smells like a distillery in here. I walk to the bar to grab my sweat towel and blot my face and neck. When a big band cover of Creep begins playing next, I can't stop myself from turning. It's one of my favorite songs to turn to. It's fast and jazzy with cussing, which makes me laugh. I start slowly with a leg sweep attitude turn. It's pretty, but too slow for my mood right now. So I face the mirror again. 5th position, 2nd position in tendu, 4th position prep, push off into pirouette, then double, then triple pirouette. I repeat on the other leg. Going back to my dominant leg, I turn again. Pencil turn, pirouette à la seconde, spiral. I repeat those on my weak leg. Finally, I do what I think is the most joyful turn, the fouette. The up and down, kick and turn motion always felt bubbly to me, but I'm not sure that I've ever felt this bubbly before I started rotating. I do 7 revolutions before topping and starting again on the other leg, repeating the 7 turns. I go back to the first leg, spotting the clock above the door in the mirror on each revolution. On my 8th time around, someone is standing in the doorway behind me. I gasp and stop immediately, then laugh when I realize it's Edward, with food that smells really good. Sorry, ballerina, I knocked forever before I tried the door, he says, grinning at me. Suddenly his eyes widen and his mouth gapes open. What the fuck? What did they do to this song? He asks disbelievingly. When we talked about music this morning, and Radiohead is one of his favorite bands and named this song along with Karma Police as 2 of their best. I walk over to turn the volume down, laughing. It's just a faster version, Edward. I like the original. It's just too slow to dance to. This version is fun. It's sacrilege. He's serious. Do you overreact to everything? I ask, turning to smile at him. Pretty much. It's from my mother's side of the family, he laughs. His face settling into that crooked smile I love. Lunch is served. He holds up a bag. Let's go eat in my office, I say. I grab Edward's hoodie from the bar and lead the way. In my office, I pull cropped yoga pants on over my booty shorts and notice Edward watching slyly the same way I would if he was running around in shorts that barely covered his butt. He expertly pretends to be preoccupied with setting our food out, but I see his eyes slide my way several times, sending my heart into excited flutters again. After I get us drinks from my fridge, we sit down sideways on the futon. Facing each other, we talk easily as we eat our greasy burgers and fries. Once again, it amazes me that I can be so nervous and yet so comfortable around him. Thanks for bringing me lunch, Edward. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I smelled this. God, it's so good, I say, half moaning after I swallow another bite. I don't think anything's ever tasted better. You're welcome, ballerina. So, tonight, I thought I'd pick you up around 5, he says when he's finished. I let my eyes go wide as I stare at him. 5, sheesh, Edward, are you taking me for the early bird special at IHOP or something? I ask with a serious face. He laughs before he answers. No, smartass. I'm taking you to Pike Place and I thought we could look around for a while before we eat. And I have a feeling you'll tire out on me pretty early tonight after your big night out last night, he says smirking at me. How long are you going to rub that in? I groan, but I'm smiling at him. How long am I going to get away with it? He retorts, leaning forward to steal French fries out of my container since his are gone. I don't know. It might be a decade before my embarrassment wears off, I say disparagingly. Bella, you know I'm teasing you, right? He asks, reaching toward my face with one hand and tucking the hair that's fallen out of my bun back behind my ear. I nod, finishing the last bite of my burger and holding the container open toward him so he can finish the fries. When he says he has to get back to the bar to help with the lunch crowd, I walk him to the door. He runs his hand down my arm lightly then squeezes my hand. I'll see you in a few hours, he says, smiling at me. I wonder for a second if he'll kiss me again, but he doesn't make any move to. Smiling up at him, I squeeze back as he walks out the door, keeping our hands joined until they naturally break apart as he backs away. When he finally turns around to walk across the parking lot, I stare at his cute little butt for a minute before I shut the door. Still grinning, I walk into my office and grab my cell phone, pushing number 1 on my speed dial. As soon as I hear the voice answer on the other end, I start talking. Hey, it's me. I need a favor. Are you busy this afternoon? Great. Can you meet me at my apartment in 30 blank _ blank. I hear my front door open and close, followed by Alice's quick steps across the tile floor of my tiny entryway. Bella, where are you? She calls. Bedroom, I answer. What's going on? What do you need help with? She says as she comes into the room, dropping her purse onto the chair by my door. She furrows her brow as she takes in the sight of me sitting cross-legged in the middle of my bed surrounded by about half the clothes from my closet. Don't freak out, I say, voice firm, face stern. I won't. Don't scream, I warn. Okay, I won't. Just tell me what's going on. I take a deep breath. I have a date with Edward tonight and I need you to help me pick out an outfit. I blurt out quickly and then cover my ears with my hands, keeping my eyes on her, waiting for the screaming to commence. She stands at the side of the bed and clasps her hands together, twisting them vigorously back and forth. She rolls her lips together. I can see that she's trying not to blow because she knows that her squealing and bouncing drive me insane. Still, I'm surprised that she's containing herself. I can tell by her shining eyes that she's excited. I gingerly lower my hands, hoping the threat of ear-splitting decibels has passed. Bella, that's lovely news, she says calmly. Surprised at her wording, I start to giggle and she smiles back at me. If I don't scream, can I jump on your bed? She asks in the same soft, composed voice. No, I answer forcefully, laughing harder at the paradox between her words and her tone. So, what? You called me over here to test my self-control. To torture me, she says, amused. No, I called you over here to help me decide what to wear, I say. You have better fashion sense than I do, or so you tell me. I smirk up at her. Don't take it personally, she says, winking at me. I have better fashion sense than almost everyone. We both laugh, then she quizzes me on where we're going and what we're doing before examining the items I've already laid on the bed. I'm very impressed with her maturity. But when I tell her that, she sticks her tongue out at me, so I laughingly retract my statement as she looks through the clothes I laid out. He likes the stuff you wear already. So we need to make you look like you Just, better, she pronounces, separating the clothes on my bed into 2 piles. Better, I ask. That hurt my feelings a little. Less collegiate, she says, pointing to the pile with the jeans and t-shirts. More grown up, she finishes, pointing to the other pile. She continues talking, but her words are muffled since she has her entire body in my small closet now. I can make out a steady stream of, no, 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 though as she slides hangers across the clothes bar. Less than 2 minutes later, she turns back toward the bed, her arms filled with more clothes. You actually have some really great pieces, B. We just need to mix it up a little, she smiles, encouraging me. We trade places, Alice sitting on the bed and handing M.E. various tops and bottoms to try on for her. While I'm playing mannequin, she bombards me with more questions. When he asked, how he asked, where we were, if he kissed me. I reluctantly decide it's Aussie air to tell her the whole story about last night. Uncharacteristically, she remains completely silent until I'm finished. Expecting a comment from her but not getting one, I turn around from the mirror to look at her. Her eyes are teary as she stares back at me. Why didn't you call me? I was afraid going home would upset you, but I thought you'd let me know if you needed me, she whispers. I'm so sorry I didn't check on you yesterday. She climbs off the bed and pulls me into a hug. I'm okay, Alice. I had one bad day. You know more than anyone that I used to have them a lot more than I do now, I reply. And you got me through all of them. She pulls back slightly to look at me. I'd do anything for you, Bella, she says. Me too, you, I answer. I'd be your surrogate if you couldn't have babies, she says. Repeating our old shtick from college days. I'd give you the shots if you had rabies, I say, starting to laugh. Romeo and Juliet couldn't match our devotion, she says as she giggles, too. If you needed me, I'd swim across any ocean, I say, laughing so hard I can barely speak. I'd give you money if you couldn't pay your bills, she says, finishing her part. You bring the crazy, I'll bring the pills, I pronounce as we collapse onto the bed, on top of the piles of clothes, still laughing. We lie next to each other on our backs, both of us staring at the ceiling for a couple of minutes. That's the most pathetic poem ever. If it wasn't ours, I'd throw up a little, she says quietly, amused. I know, Al, I agree. Remember the night we made it up? We did throw up a little, I say. But that was because of all the tequila, she laughs. Love you lots, she says seriously, turning her head to look at me. Love you lots, too, I answer, looking back at her. Okay, let's find you an outfit for your incredibly hot date, she declares, sitting up and sifting through the clothes on the bed until she finds something she wants me to try on. I stand up and pull on the leggings and tunic she chose. I look in the mirror and wrinkle my nose. It's an okay outfit, but not really what I had in mind for my first date with Edward. I turn to look at her and she's shaking her head, already holding out something else for me to try on. We eventually agree on my Averite skinny, black pants, but most of the shirts she wants me to wear are too see-through. But we keep trying. While I'm changing again, she clears her throat softly, making me look over at her. When I see the gleam in her eye, I know she's getting ready to ask me something embarrassing. I drop my gaze to the buttons on my shirt and wonder what's brewing in her cute little head. So Edward saw your undies, huh? She says nosily, waiting until I look at her again to wiggle her eyebrows up and down. I should have known that part of last night's story wouldn't just slide by her. He said just a tiny bit, I say, feeling my face flush. She gasps, her eyes widening melodramatically. I knew she wouldn't be able to hold it in all afternoon. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, please tell me they were good undies and not those horrendous, stretchy, tan-colored ones you love, she says, alarmed. They were good ones, I mumble, rolling my eyes at her and turning away to look at her latest clothing combination in the mirror. She doesn't squeal like she probably wants to, but I hear her quietly clapping her hands quickly behind me. making me smile even though I shake my head. Blank, underscore, blank. 2.5 hours later, I've exfoliated, showered, and lotioned my body. I've washed, dried, and straightened my hair. I've successfully reeled Alice in on the makeup, letting her choose the lipstick, but drawing the line at smoky eyes. Too formal for where we're going, too sexy for a first date, and too not me. I'm wearing the skinny, black pants. Eventually, Alice and I compromised on a white, sleeveless, V-neck shirt that accentuates what small cleavage I have in a black shrunken blazer over the top. Initially, I thought it was too boring, but Alice shook her head, and once I was dressed, I saw she was right. I vetoed the heels she chose, claiming I didn't want to totter around Pike Place unsteadily with Edward. She gave in and chose black slingback flats instead. Alice left about 15 minutes ago, after entertaining me all afternoon, alleviating my first date anxiety the way a best friend should. But she didn't want to be here when Edward arrived, even though I begged her to hide in the bedroom and leave after us. She flatly refused, hugging me goodbye and leaving me here alone to pace nervously as I wait for Edward. I feel sick, Jesus, please don't let me throw up right before the biggest date I've ever had. I know it's time, but I'm still startled by the soft knock at the door. Clutching my stomach to try and ward off the nausea, I walk to the door and check the peephole. It's him. I swallow nervously, then open the door. Hey, he says, smiling crookedly at me. Hi, I reply, smiling back and opening the door wider to let him in. He looks really good, as usual. I made you something, he says, handing me a jewel case and then fidgeting restlessly as I examine it. You made me a CD, I ask, looking up at him and grinning. Yeah, he says, still looking nervous. I'm a little relieved that he's feeling the same way I am. A CD of punk? I ask, reading the handwritten list of songs on the front of the jewel case. And creep. You said you'd try it. The punk I mean, and I never want to hear that cover of Radiohead again, he says. His tone is serious, but when I look back up at him, he's smirking in the cutest way. Edward, thanks, I say sincerely. I can't wait to listen to it. We stare at each other for a few seconds. I wonder if he wants to kiss me as much as I want to kiss him. Eventually he shrugs one shoulder as he breaks the silence. You want to bring it? We could listen to it in the car, he suggests. When I nod up at him eagerly, still smiling. His face breaks into a smile, too. You ready? I nod again, more slowly this time, feeling ready for so much more than just this date. Yes, Edward, I'm ready, I answer. Blank, underscore, blank. Edward and I spend over an hour walking around, wandering through several eclectic shops and a couple of art galleries. I ask him why he hasn't really decorated his condo. He owns it. Which I didn't realize this morning. I thought he was a renter, like me, but he told me a few minutes ago that he bought the condo about a year ago, once the bar was solidly profitable. I haven't taken the time to find what I really want, I guess. I should though, he says, looking intently at some black and white photos of the Cascades. You like these? I say, standing next to him. Looking up at the same pictures. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I'm not good at this shit, he admits, looking down at me. He reminds me that it's almost time for our dinner reservation. So we leave the gallery and walk to the restaurant. We're seated immediately in a tiny, corner booth near the back of the restaurant. I've never been here before and Edward says he hasn't either. We scoot in from either side, but both slide toward the center, so we're sitting pretty close together, our knees bumping under the table. There's a flickering tea light on the table in front of us and I smile softly, biting my lower lip as I look around. Without even having dinner, this is the best date I've ever had. When he asked me out this morning, I didn't care where we were going. I just wanted to go. Almost every first date I've been on involved dinner and a movie, so I assumed this would be the same. But it's not. It's not, because it's Edward and because he made me a CD and because he wants to spend the whole evening getting to know me instead of spending half the date in a dark theater where we can't talk. And because he's sitting close to me in this booth, looking at me intently. What? I asked, still smiling. I should have told you earlier, ballerina. You look really pretty tonight, he says, swallowing audibly. I mean, shit, you always do, but geez, I'm fucking this up. He laughs a bit and shakes his head. Edward, I begin, but he's leaning in toward me and I completely lose my train of thought. You're beautiful, Bella, he says quietly, his face only inches from mine. Oh, shit, he's going to kiss me not because he's mad, not as a favor to me, not when I'm drunk or hungover. A real, because I like you kiss. A man clears his throat loudly right in front of our table. Good evening. My name is Dale and I'll be your server. Would you like to see the wine list? Both Edward and I turn to look at Dale. Actually, glare might be a better description of how I'm looking at him. Dale doesn't seem to notice that he's interrupted what might have been the most romantic moment of my life to this point though. Edward sits back up and accepts the wine list from him, quickly choosing a bottle of wine for us. I'm afraid it won't taste good to me after my overindulgence last night, but when Dale reappears a few minutes later and pours it for us, I discover that I was wrong. Edward chose a white wine so light and crisp that I drink a glass and a half by the time we're done eating. I'm astounded that talking to him is still so easy for me as we're getting to know each other better, the subject matter is becoming less shallow. We make it through the minefields of religion and politics with no problems, finding ourselves like-minded for the most part politically. Religion isn't a big deal for me. My dad wasn't religious and didn't push it on me. I've been to several different churches with different friends. I can take it or leave it. Edward's family is Catholic. Were you a good Catholic boy? I ask, smiling over at him. We're both finished and we've agreed that we're too full for dessert, even though the dessert tray Dale presents has several items that are tempting. I think Emmett's probably told you enough that you know I wasn't, he laughs, looking embarrassed. His cheeks are even a little pink. Edward, you know I'm teasing you, right? I ask, echoing his words from earlier today. He nods, looking into my eyes. I know, ballerina, you up for a little more looking around? After I say yes, he pays Dale, whom I'm still a little bitter toward, and we walk outside, heading up a different street where shops are still open. We stop in a glass and metal art gallery, each of us pointing out pieces we like. As we're standing in front of a copper wall sculpture, Edward's hand closes around mine for the first time, not the first time ever, but the first time on a date. It's the first time we hold hands for more than a minute anyway. He does it nonchalantly, as if it's not the first time, as if he always just slips his fingers between mine and presses our palms together. But he glances down at me, smiling uncertainly, looking to see if it's okay. I guess. Thank goodness he's not talking to me, because my heart is pounding so loudly in my ears that I wouldn't be able to hear him, and I'm also fairly sure I've lost the ability to speak coherently. My body reacts the way it always does when Edward is close to me, rushing blood, tingling skin, shallow breathing. When I smile back at him, his resulting crooked grin makes me ache with the desire to kiss him. Instead, I slide my thumb against his, up and down, slowly. 3 times. I hear his breath hitch, see him swallow, and smile a little more widely as I face forward again. Delighted that I seem to affect him the same way he affects me. He squeezes my hand gently as he leads me away from the sculpture. We wander around the gallery for another 15 minutes before ending up back in front of the same copper sculpture where he first grasped my hand. I think Edward really likes this piece because this is the 3rd time he's stopped in front of it. He nudges me gently with his elbow. You like this one? He asks. I turn my head to look up at him and study his profile as he continues facing the sculpture. Good God, he's beautiful from every freaking angle. I bite back the sigh and turn forward again. Of course I like it. It's what I was looking at when he first grabbed my hand. But I study the sculpture again, trying to be objective before I answer him. It's 2 vertically hung, rectangular copper panels, one concave, the other convex. They are embossed with small circles bunched together in a cluster at the top with a narrow stream of randomly spaced circles trailing down the length. The surface of the sculpture is mottled, parts of it already colored by the patina copper acquires as it ages. I really do, Edward. It has great movement, fantastic detail. I think it's really interesting and beautiful, I tell him. Do you like it? Yeah, I think it looks like rain like Seattle, he says, glancing quickly at me then back at the sculpture. I guess that's shallow, huh? No, Edward, I think you're right, I agree, then giggle as I see the little plaque beside the sculpture, which I hadn't noticed before. Look, it's called Falling Water. I'm buying it, he announces, smiling down at me when I turn to face him. Will you help me decide where to hang it? I answer yes and then wait while Edward goes to pay for it and arrange delivery. When he comes back to where I'm standing, he takes my hand again without hesitation. Blank, _, blank. As we continue walking up the street, I start to feel more comfortable physically with him. We're still holding hands, but I step closer to him, walking with my shoulder against his arm as we continue strolling, talking. No other stores capture our attention enough for us to enter. I like this better anyway, just being with him. When he slows to a stop in front of a shop, I think maybe he wants to go in. He turns to face me, but makes no move toward the door of the shop, so I turn to face him, too. He's still holding my hand and he lifts his other hand to my face, putting 2 fingers under my chin and tipping my head up slightly. I feel my heart speed up as I shift my gaze from his eyes to his mouth, then back to his eyes. As he leans down toward me, I let my eyes shut. I sense him getting closer, feel him exhale a soft breath against my lips. I raise my free hand to grip the side of his waist as I feel the same warmth, the same tingling sensation I feel every time he kisses me. I wait impatiently for him to settle his lips against mine. Edward, I thought that was you. A sweet, high-pitched female voice says from behind me. My eyes pop open just as Edward pulls his face away from mine to look over my shoulder. His face goes from confusion to surprise in an instant before finally lighting up. Renata, he asks, his face breaking into a huge smile. He steps around me to her and before I've even turned around to see who it is, she's wrapped her arms around his neck and is hugging him tightly and laughing. I can't see anything except a mop of curly, blonde hair. I hear the approximately 200 metal bangle brace lets she's wearing clang together as she pats him on the back and then runs her hands through his hair. I stand dumbfounded, watching them, listening to the parts of their whispered conversation that I can hear snippets about business and looking good and something about Edward's hair that makes him laugh. Finally, they pull apart and he turns to look for me, perhaps remembering that he's on a king date and shouldn't be hugging another woman. He's never hugged me the way he was just hugging her. In fact, he's never hugged me at all. I've hugged him twice, but never like she just did, tightly, lingeringly. I keep my eyes trained on him, refusing to look at the huggy the kiss interrupter the bangled biatch. Ballerina, this is Renata, he says with excited eyes and a wide smile. Like that statement explains anything. I don't have any freaking idea who Renata is. I arch an eyebrow at him, not amused until I see his eyes go wide as he realizes that I am pissed. The frightened look that settles onto his face at that point is pretty funny. His eyes plead with me as he steps back to me, grabbing my hand again and urging me forward a couple of steps. I finally allow myself to look at the other woman. Under the curly, frizzy hair, I see she has a benevolent face, a benevolent, 60-year-old face. She's wearing a red caftan with gold embroidery, several necklaces, including one large crystal, and the aforementioned multitude of gold bangles. She's smiling widely, expectantly, at me and I immediately feel like a fool. I glance apologetically at Edward before I return her smile. Renata, this is Bella. She moved into your old space, Edward announces as we shake hands. Well, I shake hands. She clasps my hand in between both of hers and studies my face intently before dropping her gaze down to my hand. Cradling it gently, She studies the back and then turns it palm up, looking, frowning, twisting my hand a little in the murky light from the street lamp. Finally, she lets go and smiles at me again. Lovely to meet you, Bella, she says. Goodness, Edward, I can't believe this. You wandering by just as I happen to look out the window. Are you two in a hurry? I'd love for you to come in and see my new store. Edward looks at me and I try to convey with my smile that it's okay with me to go in. Renata opens the door and Edward holds it as we walk inside. The store is dimly lit with weak overhead lighting and several scarf-covered lamps placed around the displays of candles, crystals, incense. In fact, some kind of incense is burning on the front counter, lavender, maybe. It smells good. Soft, soothing music plays in the background. We all talk at the front counter for a few minutes and then I leave the two of them to catch up while I look around. I don't know anything about what you use this kind of stuff for, but it's fun to look. I stand on the back side of a large, round candle display, picking up different candles to test their scents. So far, vanilla orange is my favorite. I can't see Edward and Renata, but I hear the dulcet tones of their voices as they talk quietly. Suddenly, I hear Renata laugh loudly. She's actually a dancer. She asks. I hear the low tone of Edward's voice, but not his answer, and then Renata laughs again. What's so funny? Edward asks curtly, his voice raised slightly. Yeah, Crystal Lady, what exactly is so funny? I stay hidden, fuming, listening. You don't remember. The day I moved OT of the building, I brought you a bottle of wine, and we drank it, she says. I remember that. You got me drunk on rot gut, homemade wine, Edward laughs. My lips curl up into a smile. I can tell by the tone of Edward's voice that he's very fond of this lady. He's using the same tone I've heard him use with his mom. I hear Renata's laugh followed by the tinkling of her bracelets again. Delicious, rot gut, homemade wine, she insists. But that's not the point. I read your palm before we got too far gone. I fight the urge to laugh out loud. No wonder she was studying my hand outside. Instantly, I know I'll have to bring Alice down here sometime to meet her. She loves this kind of stuff. Renata, you know I don't pay any attention to that shit. Edward replies, still sounding amused. Oh, really? You don't recall what I said about your aura? She asks haughtily. You said it was blue, Edward replies reluctantly. Yes, a horrible, dull blue. I told you that you were too content, too selfish and narrow-minded, she says gently. Jesus, Renata, I'm starting to remember why I got drunk that night. You were being mean to me, Edward says with mock hurt. I was being honest. I was preparing you. Do you know what color your aura is now? It's a beautiful, vibrant blue with just a hint of purple. You're finding your life balance, she pronounces proudly. I don't even like blue, Edward responds crossly. Darling, it doesn't matter what color you like, just what color you are. Anyway, do you remember what I said to you when I read the heart line on your hand? She prods. No, he replies, but he sounds petulant, like maybe he really does remember, but won't admit it. I said that fate would come dancing into your life very soon and turn your world upside down, she trills. I didn't know how literally true that was. I'm even better than I thought, and I already thought I was pretty damn good. Her melodious laughter follows her statement, and I quietly chuckle along with her. Renata, it's a good thing you're a beautiful woman, because you're fucking weird, Edward teases, and Renata laughs loudly again. I'm going to get the three of us some tea, she says. I hear her footsteps walking toward the rear of the store, and then Edward appears on the other side of the display where I'm standing. Peeking around and smiling sheepishly at me. Hey, he says, coming around to where I'm standing. Thanks for being cool with this. She's going to try to read your palm or some shit after she gives us tea. You don't have to let her. I shrug, smiling up at him. It's okay. She seems like a sweet lady, I answer, setting down the candle I've been holding since Renata first started talking about dancers. She is. I was sorry to see her move out when she did. But I wouldn't have met you if she hadn't, he says, turning to me and waiting until I face him, too. And I'm really glad I met you. He steps toward me, closing the distance between us, gradually lowering his face toward mine as we stare into each other's eyes. Just as I'm about to let my eyes slide shut, Renata's voice rings out again. "Tea time, kiddos," she sings. Edward huffs and closes his eyes, shaking his head as he smirks in reluctant amusement. I laugh and reach up to pat his cheek a couple of times. He chuckles, too, as he opens his eyes and covers the hand I still have on his face. Keeping his eyes on mine, he drags my hand to his lips and presses a lingering kiss against my palm, sending a jolt of heat down my spine and wiping the grin off my face. Smiling, he keeps his hand around mine as he guides me back to the front of the store, to the small table near the front counter. Renata pours tea for us, explaining what flavor of herbal it is. But so many of my body parts are tingling from Edward's kiss that I don't absorb what she says. We sit down at the table and I sip my tea. Edward takes one drink, mocks a face and asks for some bourbon to put in it. I think he just says it to amuse Renata and me, but he doesn't drink any more of it. As Edward predicted, she asks to read my palm a few minutes later and I hesitantly agree. She smiles gleefully at me and takes a pair of red reading glasses from the case laying on top of the table, perching them on the end of her nose. Then she takes my hand gently and studies the back first, like she did earlier, before she turns it over and uses her fingers to gently trace the lines crossing my palm. "You have a nice lifeline," she says. "You're an only child." She looks up at me over the top of her glasses, her pale blue eyes searching mine. I nod and she smiles, but not smugly like I expect. Her smile seems more like a confirmation of something she was already thinking. "You're independent, you don't like to be told what to do," she murmurs. Edward snickers quietly beside me and Renata's eyes slide toward him. I guess Edward agrees with that assessment. She looks up at me again and winks, clearly amused, then traces along a different line on my palm when she lowers her eyes again. "Your headline, see how long and straight it is. You're a realistic thinker, you're focused. You have 3 cuts across the line indicating times of emotional distress. 2 are shallow, but 1 is very deep," she says, still looking down. "Bella, have you lost someone important to you?" She looks up at me again, cutting into me with her inquisitive hazel eyes. I swallow and feel tears prick my eyes. In the next instant, I feel Edward's hand on my back, moving gently up and down my spine a few times before coming to rest between my shoulder blades. "Yes," I reply quietly. "My dad last year." Yes, I see. "You were very close to him," she pronounces, looking back down. She smiles as she traces yet another line on my hand. "Your heart line, see how it curves. You're passionate, a romantic, those with creative personalities such as yours usually are. Again, there are cuts across this line, showing heartbreak." She looks up at me with kind eyes, patting my forearm. "Unfortunately, none of us go unscathed through this life, do we?" I smile as I shake my head. "No, I don't think so," I remark, then look over at Edward. I wonder if he's ever had his heart broken. He's looking at Renata, but turns and smiles at me when he notices me looking at him. Across the table, Renata clears her throat softly until we both look back at her. "Now, your aura, my dear," she begins. "Oh, no, oh, hell no, Renata," Edward grumbles, reaching forward onto the table to separate our hands. "I've shared her as long as I'm going to tonight." He keeps his hand joined with mine and I see him squeeze Renata's with his other hand before he lets go. "Well, all right, Edward. There's no need to be such a grump about it," she chides teasingly. "Bella, you come back any time and we'll finish your reading." She walks us to the door, stopping briefly at the count. To hand me the candle I was looking at earlier, the orange vanilla one. I don't know how she knew I liked it, but I accept it with a simple thank you and put it in my purse. As she hugs me goodbye, I tell her that I'd like to bring Alice the next time I come. She agrees excitedly, whispering in my ear how happy she is that Edward and I came in tonight. Over my shoulder, she scolds Edward for not letting go of my hand long enough for me to even hug her properly. When I let go of Renata and look up at Edward, he shrugs apologetically, but still doesn't release my hand. He hugs her with one arm like I did, and we walk out of the store. As we head back down the street, I wonder if he'll stop along the way and try to kiss me again. He doesn't. He catches me yawning and offers to take me home even though it's only 10 o'clock. I agree, immediately afraid that I've bored him so much that he's ready to get rid of me early and go somewhere else. When we get to his car, he opens the passenger door for me. He still doesn't try to kiss me even though I wait expectantly. "I'm sorry, I'm so tired," I say, looking up at him. "I knew you would be, ballerina. It's all right. There'll be other nights," he answers, smiling down at me. That sets my heart fluttering again and I sink down into the seat. He shuts my door and walks around to get in beside me. Blank. On the drive home, he shares a few funny stories about Renata, illustrating how sweet, yet slightly kooky, she is. He tells me to wait in the car so he can come around to open my door, and he takes my hand again as we walk up the sidewalk. Then up the stairs to my door. I unlock my door, but don't open it, turning around first to tell him goodnight. "Thanks, Edward. I had a really good time," I say, leaning back against the door and looking up at him. "Me, too, and I'm sorry about Renata," he says, cringing a bit. I giggle. "It's okay. I don't believe in a lot of that stuff, but it didn't upset me." He nods and I see his Adam's apple bob as he swallows. "Are you going to be around the studio tomorrow?" he asks. I nod. "Yeah, Alice and Rose and I are going to hang out in the afternoon for a while," I say, trying not to think about what we'll be doing so I won't blush. "Hang out with me after. I have to work tomorrow night, but you could keep me company," he says. "Aren't there already girls sitting at the bar hoping you'll pay attention to them?" I tease. He shrugs. "Never noticed," he says, but he's half smiling. "Ballerina, I've never asked anyone to hang out with me there before. And I noticed you before you ever set foot in my bar." I smile widely at him, liking the fact that he's told me several times today that I'm different for him. I inhale shakily and nod. Then I realize that he's said several sweet things to me today and I really haven't reciprocated, haven't said anything that lets him know how I feel about him. "I'd like to hang out with you tomorrow night," I say, knowing it's inadequate in comparison to what he's said, but unable to think clearly enough to say anything else. He steps toward me, sliding one of his hands along the side of my neck and round to the back to dig into the hair above the nape of my neck. Instinctively, I raise my hand to grasp the bicep of his other arm, feeling it flex beneath my fingers as he bends his elbow and raises that hand to cradle my upper arm. He's smiling as he bends his head down to mine. "I'm not stopping this time. I don't care who the hell starts talking to us," he says quietly. He presses his lips to mine gently several times, waiting until I open my lips to open his, too. I wrap my free arm around his back just above the waist of his jeans as he slides his tongue along mine, letting my fingers rove up and down the indentation of his spine. We share several soft kisses before he pulls back and we both open our eyes. We stare intently at each other for a moment and then Edward leans toward me again, sliding his eyes closed. I keep mine open for a minute, looking at him, even though it feels weird to kiss with them open. When he groans quietly into my mouth, I finally shut my eyes, using the arm I have around Edward's waist to pull him closer. He lets go of my arm to slip that arm around my waist, pulling my body closer to his, too, moving his lips more urgently against mine. He pulls his mouth away after a moment and rests his forehead against mine as both of us catch our breath. A minute later, he straightens up, wrapping his arms around my shoulders to pull me to his chest, kissing the top of my head. He then steps away reluctantly, looking down at me with my favorite lopsided grin. "So I guess I'll see you tomorrow," I say, opening my door and stepping inside my apartment. I turn around to see his response. Yeah, night, ballerina, he says, leaning in to kiss me once more quickly. Night, Edward, I reply, shutting the door, then watching him walk away through the peephole. I set my purse down on the chair beside the door. I take my jacket off and toss it down, too. Then I butt dance my way to my bedroom, smiling happily the whole way. When I fall into bed several minutes later, I'm still smiling. When I wake up in the middle of the night and turn over, I'm still smiling. And when I get up in the morning and go into the bathroom to brush my teeth, I look in the mirror. Yep, still smiling. EPOV. Saturday morning dawns a little gray, a little misty. But I'm in a great fucking mood as I pull into the bar's parking lot. I'm the first car here. Bella's not next door yet. I look over my shoulder as I unlock the door to the bar, hoping she's driving in, but her side of the lot is still empty. No big red truck in sight. I wait a few more seconds, then final. Why open the door and walk inside the full moon? After turning on the lights inside, I grab my laptop and last night's receipts from my office and sit down at the bar. 15 minutes later, I hear the side door open, followed by Emmett's baritone voice. Honey, I'm home, he calls jovially. I answer him, but don't look up from my laptop as I get the cash deposit ready to go to the bank. Between the cash and the credit card receipts, the bar had a really good night last night, and today should be packed for the Washington football game. Emmett is standing in front of me, drumming his fingers impatiently on the bar top. Jesus, he's been hanging around my sister too much. Her impatient habits are rubbing off on him. What the fuck do you want, Emmett? I ask. I try to sound irritable, but my lips turn up into a smirk against my will. He chuckles lightly. So how was your evening with Tiny Dancer? He asks. I knew that was what he wanted, I just don't know how to answer him. Emmett's been my best friend for 5 years. We talk about almost everything. We've certainly talked about women over the years, and God knows I've heard way too much about his relationship with Rose. He's probably heard too much about my non-relationships with the random women I've screwed. But I don't want to talk about Bella with him, not yet. Good, I answer aloofly. He starts cackling like a damn hyena. Dude, you were whistling when I came in. I think it was better than good, he says between guffaws. I was whistling. I didn't even realize it. I shrug and decide to tell him about seeing Renata to try and deflect all the date talk. He plays along for a few minutes, smirking at me as I talk a little too enthusiastically about Renata's store, what she's been up to, how she looks. He's waiting me out, I can tell. What? I ask when I've run out of Renata material and look up to find Emmett still staring at me. I zip the deposit bag and shut my laptop, then get up and walk around the end of the bar. I start stacking the clean glasses back on the shelf since Emmett has clearly decided not to do any of the fucking work I pay him for this morning. Nothing. That's great. I'm glad Renata's doing well, he says slowly. I turn around to find him staring at me, studying me. I raise one eyebrow at him and gesture with my hand for him to get on with it. I know he's got more to say. Did you take Tiny something like I told you to? He queries. Yep, there it is. Jesus Christ. Between Emmett and Esme yesterday, I got so many suggestions on what to do for Bella that my fucking head was spinning. I know they were trying to help. But Emmett was right a few weeks ago when he said that if I really liked Bella, I'd start wanting to do stuff for her on my own. That's how I felt yesterday, like if I did what Emmett or my mom told me, it wouldn't be about Bella and me. So I came up with all of it on my own. I mean, I got ideas from them, but I chose the restaurant. I chose to walk around the shops with her and just talk to her. Yeah, I say, and then turn my back on him, checking the bottles on the back bar to make sure we're set for the day. I pull out the ones that are almost empty. What did you take her? He asks. He's such a nosy motherfucker. Emmett, just drop it, okay? I say curtly as I knock 2 bottles over. I grab them quickly and set them back upright before they can bang into any others and cause all the bottles to topple, one after the other, like liquor-filled, glass dominoes. Why are you so jumpy? You didn't take her roses or something else cliché, did you? I told you not to do that shit, he grouses. Correction. He's a grouchy, bossy, nosy motherfucker. I didn't take her roses, I grumble, only answering because Emmett doesn't really stop once he's focused on a question like this. He'll only get more annoying. Grudgingly, I admit to making her a CD of punk songs and tell him we listened to it in the car last night. In fact, I forgot to give it back to her when I took her home, so I brought it in with me this morning. It's the perfect excuse to go over and see her later this morning. Emmett HMMS and chuckles behind me, but doesn't give me nearly as much shit as I expect. He offers to run the deposit to the bank for me while I finish setting up the bar. While he's gone, I think about Bella, about last night. It's been a long time since I've been on a date, but I think it went pretty well. I was nervous as hell when I picked her up, so nervous that I forgot to tell her how great she looked. I always think she looks hot, but it was different when I knew she'd dressed for me. And the pants she wore last night, Jesus, I didn't think her ass could look better than it does in those little shorts she runs around in at her studio, but oh, crap. Couldn't be thinking about this shit first thing in the morning. Makes for a long damn day. Besides, it's not just about the way she looks. I like talking to her, too. I liked walking around the cool, artsy shops with her. We went to a lot of the same ones my mom dragged me to last year when she was trying to get me to pick out stuff for my condo, but I was there under protest then and sort of ENJ. OYED my mom's exasperation when I wouldn't choose anything. Last night, though, I impulsively bought a wall sculpture after Bella asked me why I didn't have anything on my walls. I liked the sculpture immediately when I first saw it. It reminded me of rain. It reminded me of Thursday night when Bella was riding home with me and she pointed out how pretty all the street lights looked in the rain. I kept wandering back to that sculpture at the gallery, noting how under the spotlight, the copper shimmered like the street did Thursday night. Smiling, I wonder if I'll think of her every time I look at it on my wall. Think of how she's changed the way I look at a lot of things. Bella has turned my world upside down, just like Renata said, although I would never cop to that shit with Renata. Jesus, she's already relentless in her palm reading and colored aura crap. The weird thing is though, I don't really mind that Bella's turned everything upside down for me. I like her and I want her, for sure, but even more than that, I like the idea of knowing her inside and out, of her knowing me that way. I like the thought of being able to kiss her whenever I want or call her just to say hi. I think I might even like to follow her around the fucking mall and carry her bags for her. Tiny just got here, Emmett calls as he walks back in from the bank. Damn, I was so preoccupied thinking about her that I forgot to watch for her. I chuckle lightly at my own stupidity. Who's the guy going inside with her? Probably Seth, I answer, shrugging one shoulder as I turn to look at Em. She too. LD me last night that Seth's leaving for LA soon and she's been trying to learn all she can from him before he goes. Dude, I know what Seth looks like, Emmett replies. That ain't Seth. I walk to the window to stand next to him and look out at the parking lot. No one's outside. I guess Bella and the guy are already inside her studio, but I recognize the car parked next to her truck because I saw it once before and the reaction I have now is the same as the one I had that night. My feet feel like they're glued to the floor. I can't move away even though I want to. My stomach starts twisting into knots. I swallow uncomfortably and finally manage to turn away and walk back behind the bar. It's Tyler, the guy she likes. The guy she said she'd probably go out with. But I didn't think shish. Ed it the morning after we went out right fucking in front of me. What the hell kind of game is she playing? Should I go over there now? Confront her? Getting more pissed by the second, I head CK to the kitchen to take out my anger on the lemons and limes that need to be cut for the day. As I cut the limes, I think back on yesterday morning, everything that happened. It felt like Bella and I were really moving forward. We had fun eating lunch together at her studio. I definitely liked looking at her in that little strappy top, watching as the slight sheen of sweat on her chest dried. Watching the lean muscles of her legs in those tiny fucking shorts before she covered them up. We talked and laughed the whole time we ate lunch. I've never talked to a woman before and listened to very fucking things she said, been interested in every fucking thing she said. Using the knife blade, I scoop some of the cut lime wedges into the garnish station and dump the rest into the container for the fridge. After wiping down the cutting board, I start on the lemons and go back to thinking about Bella. When I kissed her yesterday morning, she kissed me back. Hell, she pulled me back to her when I first backed away. And when I finally got to kiss her again at the end of the date, it felt perfect. I mean, we'd kissed before, but not that way. Not sober and happy and knowing each other better. At least that was how it felt for me. She never said how she felt. Jesus, I'm a fucking idiot. She didn't ever say she felt the same. I just assumed she did. Fuck, how did I let this happen to myself? How did I end up liking one girl this much? I never should have tried to change. I should have continued being myself, the asshole who sleeps around and doesn't give a fuck about any one particular girl. I knew I was better off without having to deal with this crap. I've known it for the last 6 years. Why the hell did I let one tiny ballerina get so far under my skin that I tried to change who I am? I'm not cut out for this relationship shit. I'm out. She's not that great anyway. Finished with the lemons, I put the extras in the fridge and finish filling the garnish station with cherries and olives. Then carry it back out to the bar. I set it down on the bar and spy the CD I made for Bella laying nearby. Irritated, I pick it up and toss it onto the back bar. Christ, she was so MN cute last night, asking all kinds of questions about the music, about the bands. Well, not that cute, she's not that special. I'm done with this crap. Ill-tempered, I finish checking and restocking all the liquor bottles for the day. Emmett chatters at me almost non-stop. I'm sure he knows I'm annoyed. He tells me that Tanya did something to the cash register last night coincidentally right FTER Rose told her why I took the night off and it's not working right. Only Tanya would try to retaliate against me by screwing up the preset functions on the cash register. Just after I've started trying to reprogram it, I hear the side door of the bar open and automatically turn my head to see who's coming in. And there she is, the ballerina, smiling at me. Jesus, she looks incredible. I turn back around, messing with the cash register instead of speaking to her. "Hi, Edward," she says from behind me, apparently not understanding that I saw her and didn't speak to her on purpose. "Yeah, hey," I answer, not turning around. Emmett takes over then, talking animatedly to her, trying to distract her from the fact that I'm acting like a dick. I concentrate on what I'm doing with the register, reprogramming all the tax functions and tab keys, completely tuning Emmett and Belle out. I'm aware that they're still talking. I hear the beverage gun kick on and assume he's fixing her a Diet Coke. I barely catch myself before I turn around to remind him to put a lemon in it for her. Luckily I remember that I'm done with her just in the nick of time and manage to keep my fucking mouth shut for once. "Edward," I hear her ask hesitantly a minute later. I look over my shoulder to see that Emmett is gone. Totally missed that. "What, Bella?" I ask coolly. I see her flinch and immediately feel like an asshole. I turn all the way around and exhale loudly, leaning against the back bar to look at her and crossing my arms over my chest. Our eyes meet for a split second before she drops her gaze to stare at the bar top. "Never mind. I'd better get going," she mumbles as her cheeks turn pink. I watch as she carefully lays $2 on the bar next to her untouched soda without lemon and stands up. She doesn't raise her eyes to mine as she turns to walk out the side door. I put my elbows on the front bar and lean down to watch her go. I feel like shit, but I don't stop her. As soon as the door shuts, I hear Emmett shuffle up behind me. "You are the biggest dumbshit asshole I've ever known," Emmett growls. "No doubt," I agree, still watching as she crosses the parking lot and disappears inside her building. "What's your fucking problem, man?" "She came over here to see you," he asserts, walking around the front of the bar to look at me. After she was with that other guy at her studio, I huff. Fuck, Edward, were you even listening when I was talking to her? She said he came here to ask her out and she said no, and when she told me that, she was looking at you, Emmett says loudly, right in my face. And you know how you reacted. You continued slamming shit around back there, acting like you couldn't be bothered to give a shit. Oh, hell, shit, fuck, goddamn it, mouth gaping. I lower my eyes and exhale in a puff of expletive-laden air, hissing out the words I was just thinking. When I look back up at Emmett, he's glaring at me like he wants to hit me, but I don't think he will yet. He nods his head at me soberly and waits for me to speak. I begin. Go, jackass. I'll wait for the deliveries, he says, clearly irritated with me. But, seriously, quit fucking up with her. I nod before grabbing her CD and practically running out the side door and across the parking lot. Like yesterday, she doesn't answer the studio door when I knock. Like yesterday, it's unlocked. I've really got to talk to her about that shit. I open the door, mentally noting how squeaky the hinge is and resolving to ask her if she wants me to fix that. Music is coming from one of the dance rooms, not the one she was in yesterday, the other one. It's a haunting song, a slow, sad melody sung by a woman, accompanied by a piano. I peek around the doorway of the room, trying to stay hidden, watching her dance. As I watch, she turns 12 times without stopping, then moves sideways across the floor. She jumps up, her vertical putting all the guys I play pickup ball with to shame. While she jumps, she puts one leg out straight in front of her and the other behind, so it kind of looks like she's doing the splits in midair. When she lands, she takes a step and jumps again. Then again, bending her back leg up toward her head the third time. She's amazing. I don't realize I'm speaking until I hear myself. Jesus, ballerina, you're fucking fantastic. Why don't you do this professionally? I ask. She stops dancing and turns to look at me. I smile slightly at her as I move to stand fully in the doorway. She glares back at me. I do, she replies icily. I teach, that's a profession. I know that, I say hastily, scrambling to salvage all the progress I made yesterday and pissed away this morning. I mean, why aren't you performing professionally? Like with the fucking New York City Ballet or some shit. I should probably tone down the cussing. She shrugs one shoulder and scrunches her face up in disagreement before she answers me. I'm not that good. I did have an audition scheduled once with the Pacific Northwest Ballet Traveling Company, but I hurt my knee right before tore my meniscus and had to have surgery. I wasn't healed enough for the audition, and then everything happened with my dad. She says, walking over to turn off the music, plunging the room into silence. Maybe you could audition now, I offer, my voice echoing hollowly in the empty room. She shakes her head, but doesn't look at me. I'm too out of practice. I was training at least 35 hours a week back then, she says, walking to the front middle of the room. She stands in front of the mirror and pulls out the stretchy thing holding her hair up, sending it tumbling in waves down her back. Then she bends over at the waist, flashing her sweet ass at me in those tiny fucking shorts she wears, and flips her hair forward to gather it together with her hands. I should look away, but damn, the legs, the ass, the curve of her back, the long dark hair hanging down. I blow out a quiet breath as I study her, my hands aching to touch her, my brain hoping I haven't completely blown my chance with her. She stands back up to face the mirror, using both of her hands to twist her hair around complicatedly as she continues talking. Besides, it's not my dream anymore, the endless rehearsals, the non-stop travel, sleeping with an ice pack on my knee. None of it appeals to me like it used to. I like this. I like the kids. She's done with her hair, it ends up looking pretty much like it did before she pulled it down, so I'm not sure what she went through all that for. She turns around, putting her hands flat against the small of her back and then leaning against the mirror. Unsure what to say, I simply nod at her when her eyes finally meet mine. The knots in my stomach twist again when I see that there's no warmth in her chocolate eyes right now, They're wary, guarded, angry, but without the fire I've witnessed before. None of the normal ballerina sparkle is reflected back at me. She sighs. What do you want, Edward? You. It's the only answer that pops into my head. I wonder if I can say that. Probably not right now. She looks pretty mad. I brought your CD, I say instead, holding up the jewel case to prove it. I came to get it earlier. You wouldn't talk to me, she says. The look on her face is defiant, but I can tell I hurt her feelings. I'm sorry, ballerina, I say sincerely. It's probably the first time I've said it to a girl and actually meant it in 6 years. I recognized Taylor's car. I got pissed. As I predicted, she smiles a little when I say the wrong name. But she doesn't correct me like she did last time. She sighs loudly again and looks down, shaking her head. I didn't know he was coming by. Even if I did, what's the big deal, Edward? You and I have been on one date. We haven't even discussed if we're going to date other people, or each other for that matter. As soon as she smiled, I started walking slowly toward her. So by the time she's done talking, I'm standing just a couple of feet in front of her. She raises her head back up and looks at me, meeting my gaze with her own. Do you want to discuss it? I ask hopefully, anxious to make my case. She shakes her head. Not right now. She drops her gaze to the ground again and my eyes follow. Her feet are bare except for some black fabric thing wrapped around the balls of both feet. Her toenails are painted red. Don't look at my feet. They're destroyed from so many years of dancing, she says, quickly pulling one over the top of the other. I like your feet, I say, shrugging. It's the truth. I haven't seen any body part of hers that I don't like. And I'm fairly sure that the ones I haven't seen yet will become some of my favorites if she ever lets me see them, touch them. This is not a good train of thought. I need to get back to what's going on now. I raise my eyes back up her body. She's moved her hands from behind her back and them crossed in front of her chest now, pushing her tits together. Uh-oh, this could be a test. I rush my gaze past them, to look at her face again. I really am sorry, I say earnestly, looking into her eyes. I heard you, she says. Her face still neutral, but it seems more relaxed than before. You're hanging out here today? I ask. I'd like to ask if she's still coming over later. I probably shouldn't press my luck right now though. She nods. I have some cleaning to do. And my girls are coming, she says, smiling when she talks about Alice and Rosalie. Fuck, I hope Emmett doesn't tell Rose what I did this morning. She'll probably kick my ass for real. Okay, well, I should go, I say, then pause to see if she'll ask me to stay. She doesn't, but she does hold her hand out for the CD. I think that's as good a sign as I'm going to get for now. I hold it out toward her, but don't let go when she takes it, pulling it back toward me playfully when she tries to wrench it away from me. Finally, she breaks into a real smile. Let go, she says, trying not to laugh. I laugh as I let it go. All right, I'll see you later, I say, feeling better as I turn to leave the room. Hey, Bella, you probably shouldn't leave your door unlocked when you're here by yourself. You never know who will walk in. Clearly, it's been you 2 days in a row, she deadpans, then laughs at me when I quickly turn around to see if she's serious. Oddly, it makes me feel better that she's giving me shit again that, at least, is normal. I know, I'm bad about it during the day. I'll lock it after you leave. She follows me to the door, but doesn't mention seeing me later, only saying goodbye and then shutting and locking the door behind me. When I walk back into the bar, a few people have arrived for lunch. And Rosalie is sitting at the bar. She looks over at me, tilting her head, pursing her lips and cocking one eyebrow. Shit, you are a fucking idiot, she says quietly when I get close enough. Yep, I confirm, not even trying to deny it. I look at M standing across the bar from me, smiling. You have a big fucking mouth. Yep, he laughs, then shrugs one shoulder. Tiny would have told her anyway. I thought it would be better if she understood your misguided perspective instead of only hearing Tiny's version. He's probably right. I apologized, I say. She's still pissed. Rose huffs at me. I know I fucked up, Rose. All right, you're buying us lunch, she says, holding up the ticket with the order to go that must be for her, Bella and Alice. I nod, pulling a couple of Bill's from my front pocket and handing them to Emmett. You want to deliver it? She asks quietly while M's at the cash register getting my change. She swivels her stool sideways to look up at me, her BL.UE eyes more sympathetic than I thought they would be. No, I've probably worn out my welcome for now. You girls have fun and I'll try again later with her, I say softly. Thanks though, I'll try not to badmouth you, she says. Trying to hold her smile back, but the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. Don't overexert yourself, I say sarcastically. She'll come around. She'll probably even think it's cute how you were all jealous. Eventually, she says, winking up at me. I wouldn't bring that up yet though. Keep groveling for now. Yes, Obi-Wan, I retort, tugging playfully on her ponytail as I walk away to the kitchen. I'll get the cooks started on your food. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. After Edward leaves, I go back into the studio and pull up the playlist with the songs that I think are sexy. I hit play, then start to dance a little to keep my muscles warmed up and to try some things out for Rose. As I watch in the mirror, noting what looks good and what doesn't, I let my mind wander. Of course, left on its own, my brain goes straight to Edward. Yesterday seemed like a dream. Everything, from waking up hungover in Edward's bed to the perfect kiss at the end of the night, seemed designed for my happiness. And boy, was I happy. It even carried over to today. I woke up happy, showered and dressed happy, drove over here happy. When I got out of my truck, I was even happy until Tyler Crowley pulled into the parking lot behind me. Then I woke up from the dream and the nightmare began. He called me Thursday when I was riding back from Forks with Jake and Jared. I asked if I could call him back, but then I got drunk instead. Yesterday, I didn't even think to call him back. I didn't think of him this morning either. He pulled up beside me and met me at the front of my truck. Smiling, I smiled back, but felt a little sick to my stomach at the thought of having to tell him in person that I'm dating someone else now. After we came in the studio, I was gentle but honest with him. And he seemed to understand, said there were no hard feelings. He even told me not to delete his number and to call if things didn't work out with the other guy. I felt terrible, he really is a nice guy. But as he hugged me goodbye before he left, I knew for sure that he wouldn't stand a chance with me as long as Edward's around. There was nothing exciting about Tyler's embrace, no tingly feeling spreading across my skin, no racing heart, no impulse to kiss him. I know I made the right decision. As soon as he left, I walked over to the full moon to see Edward and to get the CD I left in his car last night. He was cold and distant when I went in though, so I was fairly sure that he saw Tyler here. I made a point of telling Emmett loudly that I told Tyler I was dating someone. But that didn't seem to make a difference to Edward. Hurt, I got the hell out of there as soon as I could and escaped into dance. Now I fall to my knees in front of the mirror, dragging my hands up my inner thighs as I push my knees out to the side. That's a pretty hot move. I think Rose will like that. As I raise onto my knees and shift my hips from side to side, my mind drifts back to Edward. To Edward watching me dance this morning, to dancing for Edward like this sometime, to watching Edward as he watches me. I wonder if he'd like it. Geez, what am I thinking? He's a guy. Of course he'd like it. But it would have to be about me, not about just a random lap dance. I wonder what he looks like if his eyes get darker or brighter when he's, close. I wonder if he keeps his eyes open or if he lets them slide closed. I wonder if I'll ever get any of this information firsthand. Lost in thought, I startle when I hear Alice's voice in the hall. Way I didn't even hear her unlock the door and come in. Mi piace un sacco. Bellissima. She says. Great. She's practicing her Italian on me again and I have no idea what she's saying. She's been Doing this periodically since her Italian honeymoon. Do that again, it looked really good. What did I do? I asked, frowning. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to what I was doing the last couple of minutes. With the pole. Good God, Bella, you could have a whole other career at night, if you get my meaning, she teases, winking at me when our eyes meet in the mirror. I roll my eyes, then reality. See that I'm hanging onto the steel support pole at the front of the room. It has driven me crazy all year when I'm teaching because I always have to go around it. Oh my God, was I pole dancing and not even paying attention? I think back. Yes, I was. Pole dancing and thinking about Edward. I was just messing around. Rose doesn't want to do that anyway, I mutter, feeling embarrassed as I turn around to face Alice. I frown and tilt my head slightly to the side when I notice what she's wearing, a black patent trench coat and lucite high heels stripper heels. Embarrassment flees in the face of astonishment. Stunned into silence, I can only stare, wide-eyed. Maybe she doesn't, but you totally should. Totally, she replies as she walks into the room. Well, she doesn't really walk, she stalks seductively. With each step, her feet seem to be landing on an invisible center line, nearly crossing her legs and making her hips swing dramatically from side to side. She stops in the middle of the room, widens her stance, shifts her weight back and forth a few times, then leaves her weight on her right leg, pushing that hip out to the side slightly. Slowly, she begins loosening the knot on He trench coat belt and sliding the noisy fabric apart. Once the belt is unfastened, she pulls the coat open and puts her hands inside, resting her hands on her hips and shifting her weight to the other side. I feel my mouth gape when I see what she's wearing underneath a black, lacy, see-through nightgown that barely covers her anything. After pausing for a moment, she takes the coat off, letting it slide to the floor behind her. Then continues her advance toward the front of the room. God, it's times like this I really wish I had long hair. This is the perfect place for a head flip. Remember that for Rose, K. She asks nonchalantly, stopping in front of the mirror and circling her hips slowly. Finally, I snap my jaw shut and close my eyes momentarily, shaking my head quickly and hopping. Gee, that this whole scene will make more sense when I reopen them. Hesitantly, I squint one eye and then the other back open to see Alice with her back to the mirror, looking over her shoulder at Herschel. F in the mirror as she crouches down to the floor and glides her hand up the back of her leg slowly as she stands again. When she sees me looking at her, she straightens all the way up, turns toward me and smiles. Alice, what the hell are you wearing? I croak. A nightie. What the hell are you wearing? She retorts. I look down at my booty shorts and cami. Dance clothes, I answer. We're dancing today, not sleeping. Bella, she chides, this kind of nightie is not for sleeping. Embarrassed again, both at Alice's lack of clothing and my apparent lack of nightie knowledge, I walk to the iPod dock. You don't like my nightie, B. She calls from behind me, laughing. I just don't see why you're wearing it for Rose and me, I say, turning the music off. Because I always dress for success, and believe me, this little number was very successful when I wore it in Italy. I got Jasper to do all kinds of things, like, she trills. I don't wanna know, I yell, putting my hands over my ears. Alice is laughing behind me and I know she's just giving me a hard time, but right now I really don't want to hear about all the unbelievable sex she and Jasper have. I've listened to every chapter of that epic novel for years. While my own sex life has been a short story, a novella of nothing. Empty white pages except for 4 short, poorly constructed sentences. Okay, all right, I'll stop. You know I'm just messing with you, she says, walking toward me. Alice, I cannot hug you when you're wearing that, I say, turning around and holding my hands up as she approaches. Oh, God, you prude. We lived together for 2 years. Plus, I'm wearing a bra and booty shorts underneath instead of the thong I wear for Jasper, she says with exasperation, wrapping her arms around me anyway. She's so open with her body and her sexuality. I wish I was more like that, but I grew up with just my dad. He always wanted me covered head to toe. I'm comfortable in revealing dance clothes because I've practically lived in them since I was a kid, but real clothes that are too sexy scare me, make me feel too exposed. So, how was the date? She asks, looking at me expectantly as she backs away from me and starts stretching, warming up. Good, I answer, nodding minutely. That's it. Good, she asks. For now, I'll tell you more later. Let's get this dance done for Rose, I answer. She nods in agreement and I start the first song on Rose's requested playlist. I Love to Love You, Baby, Alice sings along breathily. Of course she would know all the words. Do it to me again and again. I fight the urge to roll my eyes and we spend the next 20 minutes choreographing like we always do, sharing ideas, showing each other different moves. We've never choreographed anything like this though. It's usually tap for 7-year-olds or jazz for 12-year-olds. Not modern erotic expression for 27-year-olds. We settle on a simple, yet seductive, routine and practice it several times to the first 2 songs on Rose's playlist. Alice keeps watching me in the mirror, lips pursed and drawn to one side. I know that look. She's got something to say, but hasn't decided how to say it yet. Spit it out. Short stuff, I say, turning toward her with my hands on my hips. You're too stiff, B, Alice says gently, shrugging one shoulder at me and grimacing like it's painful for her to offer constructive criticism. You're technically superior, as usual. But you need to really thrust your hips, a little less control, a little more lust. I feel my face getting red and I try to bat away when she stands behind me with her hands on my hips and pushes my hips forward forcefully. Jesus, Alice, this is like a scene from a really bad porno version of Dirty Dancing, I complain, but suddenly I feel it. I feel my hips loosen and move forward that way, like scooping forward. That's it, Alice says excitedly. Can you feel the difference? It's like with sex, it's not always about pushing against him, sometimes it's about pulling him in. I'm gonna need a drink if you're going to keep talking about this, I mutter, successfully getting away from her at last. Drawing him in a ND, making him yours the same way he makes you his, she continues, ignoring me completely. Her eyes are focused on a spot to her left and she's smiling softly. She sighs and shifts her gaze back to me. And then other times you just need a hard, fast fuck. Alice, I exclaim. She laughs. What? It's true. And in a good relationship, there's room for both. Since neither of us resets the iPod back to the first song. It rolls to the third one, which we haven't listened to yet. Alice straight up squeals, even though she knows it drives me crazy, and starts dancing and singing all over again. She was a fast machine. She kept her motor clean. She was the best damn woman that I'd ever seen, she sings, grabbing me by the wrist to dance well, really jump around with her. Laughing, I join in, singing along, too. Halfway through the song, I turn to Alice. Shouldn't we be choreographing something to this for Rose? I say loudly. Nah, they'll definitely be screwing by the time this song comes on, she answers. Then laughs as I cover my face with my hands so she can't see me blushing again. When the song is over, Alice turns down the stereo volume just in time for us to hear the creak as the studio's side door opens. It's the lunch lady, Rosalie calls out with a laugh. I'm locking this door, Kay. I don't want either of those fools next door walking in on us. A few minutes later, we're settled on the floor eating buffalo wings and fries. Rose also brought one huge salad and 3 forks which sit in the middle of our makeshift triangle. There's something I really like about sharing this food with my 2 good friends, even though Alice scarfed all the mushrooms and croutons from the salad and Rose is completely hogging the blue cheese dressing for the wings. They harass me about the date, so I give some details. I keep the hand holding and kissing to myself, for now. If Edward and I continue to date and end up in a relationship, I'm sure I'll share more with my friends. But for now, it feels too new. Too important to me to share in a gossip session. Rose and Alice both seem to enjoy the story about Renata, and Rose chimes in with some of the wacky things Renata did when her store was in this building. Some of them are the same things Edward told me last night, but I don't share that either. Finally, we're full of food and we've laughed away an hour of our work time. While I clean up the lunch mess, Rose peels off her hoodie, revealing that she's wearing a simple tank top with her black exercise pants, thank goodness, and Alice leads her through a short warm-up. Then we get started on her dance. We line up in front of the mirror, Alice in the middle and slightly in front of Rose and me. Alice and I show Rose a few simple moves, from just shifting her hips back and forth or in a circle, to leaning forward with her back arched, butt out behind, boobs out in front. This is the stuff you want to do first, Rosalie, Alice explains. Get him going before you show him all the goods. Trust me, this will work. She winks at Rose in the mirror. Alice Whitlock, have you been lap dancing your husband? Rose asks with a laugh. A question like that would give me a coronary. But Alice doesn't miss a beat of the dance as she answers. Absolutely. One of us had to know what she was talking about today, she replies, then slides her eyes to meet mine in the mirror. As I feel M face heating up yet again, Alice takes pity on me and draws the attention back to herself. Ladies, the lap dance booty. Allow me to demonstrate, Alice says. She takes 2 steps forward, moving farther in front of us. Then she simultaneously smacks the front of her thighs with her hands and sticks her butt out toward us as she bends forward slightly. She circles her hips from one side to the other slowly. Yeah, guys would like that. Rosalie catches on quickly, and before long, she's learned the whole routine, complete with a few hair flips, which Alice insists upon. Alec E drags a folding chair from the corner and sits in it at the front of the room. Rose practices in front of her, and as I watch, I'm a little envious of Rose's body. She's tall and curvy and she has boobs. Not huge, get in your way boobs. Just regular, good boobs. My boobs are small, even tiny. Alice has bigger boobs than I do. Hell, 13-year-olds have bigger boobs than I do. I step forward and show Rose how to twist side to side with her legs together to get down to the floor, then get on her knees like I was earlier this afternoon. And if you get closer to him before you do that, you see. And do a little something something while you're down there, you know they all like that, Alice says, nodding from her chair. She wiggles her eyebrows up and down and grins. Happy birthday to Emmett. They both laugh knowingly while I try to ignore them. I knew I should have done a couple of shots before we started this today. Alice and Rose are much more comfortable talking about sex than I am. Maybe because they both have it regularly and know what they're talking about. Bella, Rose says, stepping toward me and putting an arm around my shoulders, quit being so uptight about this. You really need to get laid. I'm so mortified that my eyes slide shut and I shake my head back and forth. I'm really sorry. Sorry for what? I mutter as I open my eyes, confused about why Rose would be sorry. Maybe sorry for saying something that made me uncomfortable. Oh, nothing, she says, smirking at me. I frown back. Come on, let's finish. I have to go soon. Can we practice again next weekend? She pulls on my arm, moving me back to the center of the room next to her, and we go through the whole dance a couple of times, then agree to practice again next Saturday. Rosalie hugs both Alice and me excitedly and thanks us profusely before she leaves. Once she's gone, Alice and I sit on the floor of the studio rehydrating and talking. I tell her a little more about the date. I telephone her how perfect everything was, how it all fell apart this morning. So he's just as jealous and good at jumping to conclusions as you are, huh? Alice asks. What? You just told me 5 minutes ago how you got all jealous when he hugged Renata last night. He got all jealous this morning when he saw Tyler's car here. You two are like the frickin' jealous Wonder Twins. Wait, scratch that. That would make you two incestuous. She finishes with a giggle. I smile back at her, but I feel sick to my stomach. She's right. Just like the day I got pissed at him for checking me out the way I was checking him out. I'm the world's biggest hypocrite. Oh, God, I need to go talk to him, I mutter, starting to get up. Alice grabs hold of my arm, keeping me in place. Hold on there, B, she says sternly. You need to be straight on what you're going to tell him before you go running over there. Also, let him twist in the wind just a little longer, let him wonder if you're still coming tonight. Alice, I don't want to play games. I argue. I'm not suggesting you play a game, B. Just have a plan. Know what you're going to say, what you want to say, and then say it, she urges. And as she's talking, I start planning. Yeah, I was hurt and justifiably pissed this morning, but I definitely understand the jealousy. And I'm also starting to realize that for a vain, cocky guy, he seems pretty insecure about me. Thanks, Alice. You're the best, I say absent-mindedly. Lock up for me. I push myself up from the floor and grab my hoodie and keys from the chair at the front of the room. Okay, B, K, knock. I am dead, break a leg and all that jazz, she hollers, laughing, as I race out the door and get into my truck. Blank, underscore, blank. EPOV. Is she still coming in tonight? Emmett asks. He's helping me restock the coolers before he leaves for the day. We went through a ton of beer at the bar this afternoon during the Washington football game. I don't know. She didn't say. I answer with a loud sigh. You sure know how to sabotage yourself, man, he says, shaking his head. Thanks, dickhead. I wasn't aware of the fact that I royally screwed up, I answer sarcastically. He laughs. You don't remember, do you? You don't remember how I kept messing up with Rose at the beginning? It's natural, I think, when a guy cares we push too hard, overreact to stupid stuff. I shrug, then catch movement in the parking lot from the corner of my eye. When I turn to look, I see Bella's truck backing out of her regular parking spot. Fuck, guess she's not coming by. Emmett takes off a few minutes later, leaving me alone with Tanya until Lauren gets in later. As usual, Tanya tries to talk to me, but she stops after I ask her what the fuck she did to my cash register. We ignore each other after that and I breathe a sigh of relief as soon as Lauren gets in. Of course, once Lauren's there to be a buffer, Tanya fucking starts in again with the chattering. I do my job, but am constantly thinking of Bella. If she doesn't show up, I'll text her. No, I'll call her, apologize again. Maybe I should take her flowers. I don't know, that seems too cheesy. I'm sorry, have some daisies. I don't think she'd like that. I rake my hand through my hair repeatedly as I wait on a group of 4 flirty girls sitting at the bar. I've talked to them enough to be friendly, but not enough to encourage them. They're tipsy, giggly, pointing a shitload of cleavage at me. They ask a series of lame sports questions to keep me standing in front of them and talking. I jump when Lauren walks behind me and jabs me in the back. Pull back, stud, your girl's here, she says quietly. Immediately, I turn toward the front door and see Bella coming in, looking for me. She smiles tentatively at me, as I smile widely at her and move to stand in front of her when she sits on a bar stool at the other end of the bar. Hi, Bella, I say, relief at seeing her making my voice more chipper than normal. I probably sound ridiculous. I lay a napkin on the bar and ask what she'd like to drink. Gin and tonic except with club soda, she says, then laughs. Gin and soda, I'm glad you're here, I say when I set the drink in front of her. Is it still okay? She asks. We need to talk. I need to talk. That scares the shit out of me. These kinds of conversations don't normally end well for the guy involved. Okay. I'm going on break in about 20 minutes. Can you wait? We can talk in my office, I ramble. She nods. If Em was here, I'd go right now, but I don't want Lauren to think I'm going to run off every time Bella comes in. This is still my business and I still have to manage my employees. I stay in front of Bella for the most part and talk to her, only moving away when I need to wait on someone else. She won't say much about what she did today, only that Rose and Alice hung out at the studio all afternoon. She blushes though, so I know they're up to something. At last, it's break time for me. I check on the gigglies before I leave, getting another round for them and smiling when they ask if Bella is my girlfriend. I shrug, but when that doesn't seem to discourage them, I say, hopefully. I lead Bella back to my office and shut the door behind us as she tosses her purse down on the couch against the wall. Okay, ballerina, you're up, I say softly, sitting on the front edge of my desk. I swallow nervously, my heart pounding, hoping like hell she doesn't say she won't see me anymore. She looks at me, looks away, and starts pacing. We're a lot alike, Edward. Do you realize that? He asks. She continues without looking at me or giving me a chance to answer. We both haven't dated much lately. We both don't quite know what we're doing here. We both got jealous easily and overreacted, me with Renata. You with Tyler. She pauses in her gait and lecturing to look at me and smile slyly. By the way, I know you know his name and just call him Taylor to bug me. I chuckle and nod slightly. Looking back at her, I like you, Edward, she states bluntly. I like you, I say, but stop when she holds up a hand. Shish, zip it, barman, I'm not done, she says bossily, but she smirks. I smile back at her as she begins slowly pacing again. I like you and I want to date you. I have some baggage, some of which you know, that I'm still trying to work through, so it may end. Be easy to have a relationship with me. That's up to you. She walks over to her purse, laying on the couch by the wall. She bends over, there's that sweet ass again, and rummages through the huge bag. Finally taking something out of it, she turns back toward me holding a jewel case, and I'm briefly alarmed that she's going to give back the CD I made for her. Hip hop, for you. I was hoping we could listen to it together. Maybe tomorrow, she asks. For the first time this evening, she seems uncertain, anxious. Unless you have to work. Are you asking me out? I reply, ducking my head forward slightly as I watch her cheeks flush pink. She's clearly a little uncomfortable, but she keeps her eyes on mine as she nods. I crook a finger at her, beckoning her closer. When she gets close enough that I can reach her, I grab her arm and tug gently until she moves to stand between my legs, close but not touching me. I slide my hand down her forearm until I reach her hand and she intertwines her fingers with mine. Since I'm sitting against the desk, we're almost the same height, so our eyes are even when they meet. This isn't a pity date, is it? I ask, just like she did yesterday. She shakes her head slowly, her eyes shining with amusement, before she answers me. No, Edward, it's not a pity date. Are you going to make me wait for an answer? No, ballerina, I'm not gonna make you wait. I need to come in early. But I should be done by 1, maybe earlier. Then we could spend the rest of the day together if you want. I watch her eyes to see her reaction and am glad when I see them warm. She nods at me. Okay, so we know where I stand and we know what we're doing tomorrow. Now, what happened this morning, she says. I was a jealous bastard. I'm sorry, I interject. Right. So, that can't happen again, Edward. Not the pissed off part if we're going to do this, she says, using the hand holding the CD case to motion back and forth between us. We'll both be pissed off from time to time. But you have to tell me. Don't just shut me out. Don't just stop talking to me, okay? Okay. Can I kiss you now? I ask. No, she laughs. You're not even listening. I am. I won't shut you out, I insist. Can I kiss you now? You hurt me, she says seriously. I knew that by the way she acted this morning. It still stings when she says it though. Ballerina, I'm so sorry, I say sincerely. I squeeze the hand I'm holding and reach for her with my other hand. I take the CD from her hand and put it down on the desk beside me, then pull her toward me. Until I can wrap my arm around her back and hold her close to my chest. Do you want to date other people? I ask, nervous to hear her answer. I mentally prepare to hear her say yes, willing myself not to act like a jealous dick again. Do you? She asks, pulling back to look at me. No, ballerina, just you, I say honestly. I'm still nervous about her answer though. Me, too, I mean, just you, she says, smiling at me. I smile back. Now can I kiss you? I ask. When she nods, I don't waste any time, putting my lips on hers immediately even though she's got some kind of light pink glossy stuff on them. Usually that shit bugs me. But not right now. Her soft, sticky lips meet mine eagerly and she lets go of my hand so she can put both arms around my neck, allowing me to wrap both of my arms around her waist. We're not as tentative with each other tonight. Both of us open our lips to deepen the kiss right away and I slide one hand up her back, up her neck, to cup the back of her head. I wind my fingers through her silky hair as I use my other hand to pull her body closer to mine, pressing our chests together. We kiss heatedly for a couple of minutes before I slide my lips sideways to kiss along her jaw and then down her neck. When I let my tongue dart out to lick the sensitive skin under her ear, she gasps and reaches one hand into my hair, gripping firmly. Smiling, knowing I found a spot I definitely want to explore again in private sometime, I kiss along her jaw to the other side to give equal treatment. Finally, I settle my lips back against hers, slowing us down slightly. Using both of my hands to span her waist and then sliding them up until I feel her bra underneath my fingers. Christ, I want to touch her, but I know it's too soon and I don't want to touch her for the first time in my office anyway. Maybe some other time though. Shit, yeah, that would be hot. A little feel-up session during break some night but not this night. Sighing, I pull my mouth away from hers, sliding my cheek along hers until my lips meet her ear. Will you stay? I gotta get back behind the bar, I say quietly, then continue pressing kisses along her cheek and jaw. Yeah, she answers breathily. I pull back slightly to look at her, smiling when I see the same desire in her eyes that I feel rushing through me. Good, I reply, pulling her close to hug her for a minute. I rub one hand up and down her back slowly and kiss her temple, then her forehead as I wait for my heart rate to return to normal. She's squeezing me back and I'm surprised that I like this part almost as much as the making out part. That makes me chuckle as Bella plants a kiss on the side of my neck. Suddenly, her lips are against my ear. Come on, she whispers, then pulls gently away from me. She steps back so I can stand up. I look at her face and notice that her lips are bare now. Her cheeks and jaw are slightly pink where I rubbed my unshaven face against her. There's something I want to do out there anyway. What? I ask, perplexed. Laughing, she grabs my hand and pulls me toward the office door, only stopping long enough to pick up her purse from the couch. I want to kiss you in front of that bitchy waitress, she says, turning to look at me over her shoulder. And when we get back out front, she fucking does. BPOV. Sunday morning, I wake up early, but lie in bed for a long time thinking about everything that's happened during the last 8 days. It was so bittersweet to go home to Forks, to see Jacob's family, my surrogate family. My dad and Jake's dad were friends before I was even born. And since it was just me and my dad for most of my life, we were often invited to the Blacks for holidays, Sunday dinners, everything. Jake's mom, Sue, has always treated me like one of our own kids, meaning I'm hugged and kissed and scolded along with her boys. But always, she's loved me, and I gratefully accepted when she offered to go with me as I walked through my dad's house last week before turning it over to the new owners. We went in the front door together, but Sue disappeared into the kitchen, giving me the freedom to wander through the rest of the house on my own. I leaned against the wide doorway to the living room, remembering Charlie napping on the couch while the television blared so loudly that I couldn't imagine anyone sleeping through it. Smiling to myself, I turned and walked up the stairs, pausing for a moment on the step where I sat crying all those years ago, listening to my dad try to explain why she wasn't coming home. Pushing that memory aside, I continued up the stairs, trailing my fingers lightly across the worn spots on the handrail. I knew without looking where each one was. When I reached the top, I turned right and entered my childhood room for the last time. I gazed with disinterest around the barren room. I said goodbye to this room years ago, then walked over to the window, pulling the filmy, white curtain aside. resting my face against the chilly glass. I studied the Black's house across the street. I stared for a moment at the driveway where Jared and I used to play when we were children, where I used to watch Jared and his friends play basketball in the driveway when I was older. I smiled as I remembered lusting after a couple of those older, shirtless boys as a young teenager. They were too old for me at the time, but Jared forced them to be nice to me. I chuckled as I let the curtain drop back into place, thinking of my would-be brothers who made me sit in the backseat the whole way from Seattle. Jerks. As determined to sit up front on the way back. As I entered the hallway and faced my dad's closed bedroom door, I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. As much as I didn't want to go in, I knew I'd regret it later if I let the opportunity pass by. I exhaled loudly and turned the knob. After I pushed the door open, I looked around the empty room and felt nothing. I studied the walls, picturing he plaques and photos that used to hang there. Some of them were displayed at my apartment now. I looked toward the far left corner at the spot where the rocking chair used to be in Remembered City. In there all night last Thanksgiving, staring at his bed and waiting for him to magically appear there or come through the doorway and tell me that the accident was all a mistake, a huge mistake. I walked to the middle of the room and turned in a circle slowly. After ending up facing the same direction I started, I felt my knees buckle, my legs collapse. I sank to the tan carpet, sitting cross-legged first, and then pulling my knees in toward my chest, tightly wrapping my arms around them. Sometime later, I heard Sue's footsteps on the stairs. I had no idea how long I'd been sitting on the floor of Charlie's room, trying to feel his presence. "Bella," she asked softly from the doorway. "We need to leave soon. We have to be at the lake in a couple of hours." I nodded, but didn't get up from my spot on the floor, sitting in between the still visible indentations in the carpet made by my dad's bed frame. "Sweetheart," she said, trying again as she walked into the room and crouched down in front of me. "I can't feel him here anymore, Sue." "I thought I'd be able to feel him," I whispered, looking down at my knees and fighting the tears that had gathered in my eyes. "He's not here, Bella. This house wasn't what he loved." She reached out one hand to cup my chin, pushing gently until I raised my face and my eyes toward her to find her looking intently at me. This young woman, this face, is what he loved. You carry him with you now. You always will." When I fell apart after that, she held me like a child. And she stood with me as all the Blacks did 2 hours late. At the lake where my dad and Billy Black loved to fish. All of us stood next to the mayor of Forks as he dedicated the walking trail circling the lake in memory of my dad. Afterward, I accepted hugs from several of my dad's friends and coworkers, assuring everyone that I'm doing fine, that I'm happy in Seattle. And now, lying here in my bed, I am fine and I am happy. But it still hurts. I still miss him. I think I always will. Sniffling a little, I adjust the pillow under my head and resolve to leave those memories where they belong, in the past. I glance over at my pale yellow bedroom wall and smile when I see the fishing award hanging there, surrounded by pictures of my dad at the lake. In some of the pictures, he's alone, but in others he's with Billy or other friends. My favorite one is of Dad and Billy and Jared and me on one of the trips where they dragged me along. I was in college and dreaded spending a week with an RV full of men, but it turned out to be one of the best weeks of my life. Smiling at the happy memories, I realize Sue is right. My dad is with me, not trapped in the places he frequented while he was living. If I hadn't been hurting so badly last week, I might have been able to see Sue's wisdom earlier and might not have made an absolute fool out of myself Thursday night when I cringe and then roll onto my stomach to bury my face in my pillow. Thursday night, a lot of it is still hazy or missing in my memory, but I have a hard time completely regretting it when the outcome has been so fantastic. Immediately, my mouth turns upward into a smirk when I think of Edward. It's taken us a while to get to this point dating. For a fleeting moment, I think of my dad again. I wish my dad could have known Edward. I think he would have Head Edward, even though he tends to cuss quite a bit and he's been with a lot of women according to everyone. Well, my dad wouldn't have had to know that part. Edward seems to really care about me though. He made an effort to build a friendship with me first, before he asked me out. And now we're dating. I flop onto my back again, then giggle as I stretch and turn my head to look at the clock. I need to get up soon. But I have a few more minutes. I snuggle back under the covers and stare up at the ceiling thinking about Edward still smiling. I was a real groupie last night, sitting at the bar. Most of the evening talking to my I don't know what to call him. It's too early to say boyfriend, I think. But friend isn't enough somehow. Definitely not enough. I allow myself to enjoy one addy moment of triumph as I think about the look on the bitchy waitress face when Edward and I came out of his office holding hands. Before I sat down on the bar stool, I kissed him a quick peck, no major PDA. Just a small, familiar kiss, the kind of kiss that lets people know that other kissing goes on behind closed doors. Tanya's hot glare turned icy cold after the kiss, but Edward didn't seem to notice her or the girls sitting at the other end of the bar flirting with him. Even though he stepped away from me often to work, he always came back when he was done. When I was ready to leave about midnight, Edward walked me to my truck, hugging me, kissing me quickly, and then opening my door for me. He asked me to text him when I got home so he'd know I was inside safely. When I did, he word back that he'd call me tomorrow, which is now today. Giving into one last yawn, I roll out of bed and walk to the kitchen. As the coffee brews, I look out the sliding glass door that leads to my tiny balcony, studying the thick gray clouds. I turn on the news and find out it might rain or it might not. I roll my eyes, but it is going to be unseasonably warm today. The meteorologist is mostly absolutely certain about that. I roll my eyes again and walk back to the coffee pot. A minute later, I carry my mug of coffee back to my bedroom and start picking through my closet. I pull out jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. I shower and get ready, unsure what time he'll be ready to go. When he calls just a few minutes after noon, I'm ready and tell him I'll pick him up. Then I grab his hoodie to wear in case it's cold and practically race to my truck, eager to see him. He's waiting outside his building for me, so I don't have to look for a parking spot. He opens the passenger door to my truck and slides in, his wide face-splitting grin matching mine. He's carrying the CD of hip-hop songs I made him and he sets it on the dashboard before shutting the door and turning to face me. "Hey, ballerina," he says, extending his left arm along the back of the seat and leaning over toward me. "Hi," I whisper as I watch his lips come closer. We kiss, then kiss again. He pulls back to look into my eyes before leaning in once more, raising his right hand to cup the side of my face this time. I feel the warm, wet tip of his tongue glide across my bottom lip just before he captures it between both of his. My already racing heart speeds up more as he pulls gently on my lip. Just as I feel a moan start to rise from my throat, we are interrupted by a car horn from behind us. Oh, crap, I forgot that I'm blocking the right lane of the street. We both chuckle lightly as we pull apart and Edward sits back up on his side. "Buckle up," I say, facing forward again and letting the smile fade from my face. My voice sounds husky so I clear my throat quietly, smiling again when I hear him do the same before he answers. "Okay, where are we going?" he asks, buckling his seatbelt and then putting his arm across the back of the bench seat again. I tell him my plan to go to one of the beaches along Lake Washington since it's such a warm day for October. The sky is still overcast, but it's lighter than it was earlier. He agrees and we decide to stop at a deli on the way to pick up lunch. When we get to the beach, I back into a parking spot facing the water and Edward lowers the tailgate so we can sit down. We talk and eat our sandwiches as we sit looking out at the small waves rippling across the surface of the lake. Unable to sit still, I swing my legs back and forth gently, bumping into his from time to time. When we're done, Edward hops down and takes our trash to throw it away, and I stare at his butt the whole time he's walking. I feel the stirrings of desire in my blood as I watch him and get so lost in my thoughts that I have to snap my eyes back up to his face when he turns around. Judging by his smirk, I think he noticed how far south my eyes wandered. I close my eyes briefly as I feel the familiar rush of heat to my cheeks. But I quickly open them to watch as he saunters easily back to me, hoisting himself into the truck bed effortlessly and shifting around to rest his back against the side of the truck. I scoot around, mimicking his position, facing him. We smile at each other, both of us stretching our legs out between us. "Tell me stuff," he prods, nudging my leg with his foot. "Like what?" I ask, self-conscious. "I don't know. Whatever you want," he shrugs. "I'm boring," I hedge. "Ballerina, you're definitely not boring," he says with a laugh. "You constantly surprise me. Tell me anything." I let my mind rove over several subjects before settling on the Black family. I tell Edward all about my beloved surrogate family, delighting when he laughs along with several of the stories and even interjects some similar stories about his family. Finally, tired of talking about myself, I scoot to the end of the truck bed, turning to let my legs hang over the tailgate once again. "Let's take a walk," I say, looking over my shoulder at Edward as I hop down. "I think it's gonna rain, Bella," he answers, tipping his head up to look at the sky. It's still gray and overcast, but it doesn't look any closer to raining than it did earlier, at least to me. "You scared of a little rain, barman?" I tease, smiling at him and then turning away to walk slowly toward the paved pathway running along the lake front. I don't hear him approach me, so I squeal when he grabs me around the waist from behind and lifts me up. "Making fun of me again, ballerina," he says lowly in my ear, reigniting the fuse of desire I felt earlier. I grab his forearms with my hands. "Just a little," I whisper as I feel him rest his face against the side of my neck for a few seconds, chuckling quietly. "It's one of my favorite things to do." "Oh, really?" he asks, sounding amused. "What do you like to make fun of?" I can't really think because he's still holding me tightly. All I see and think about are strong arms around me and a muscular chest behind me and his hips pressed against mine. He's also still got his face buried in my neck, exhaling warm, humid air right under my ear and making my heart race. But I try to come up with an answer anyway. Your car, your hair, the way you always mess with your hair," I say, struggling to catch my breath. "Well, I'm glad I can entertain you," he says quietly. I'm fairly sure that he could find some other ways to entertain me if he tried. He presses one quick kiss against the side of my neck, then he sets me back on my feet and releases me from his strong grasp. "Come on, ballerina," he says, moving in front of me. I follow him down to the path, shoving my hands into the front pockets of my jeans. We walk side by side along the trail as I ask Edward questions about his life. He talks some more about his family, the basketball buddies that he plays with Tuesday afternoons, how nervous he was to open his own bar. When we reach the narrow beach, covered with tiny pebbles instead of sand, Edward veers toward it, holding out a hand to steady me as I step down beside him. He doesn't let go of my hand as we continue walking. "Rain's blowing in," he remarks, looking out over the water. The wind has increased, turning the air chillier, and I suddenly wish I hadn't left Edward's hoodie in the cab of my truck. The small ripples present earlier on the lake have given way to bigger white-capped waves. "Really, the sky looks the same as earlier to me," I remark, looking up. "Bella, you grew up here," he remarks incredulously, turning his head to look at me. "You know what it feels like before it rains." "No, I grew up in Forks," I clarify. "It just rains all the time there. You never have to wonder. This is more a feeling in the air. It's gonna pour in about 3 minutes, he predicts." I scoff, thinking he's kidding, and look over at him. He holds his watch up to show me the minute hand. 3 minutes. He nods seriously and I giggle back at him. You sound like Renata, I tease. Where's your crystal ball? Or do you read tea leaves? Do I have to start calling you Edward the Great, if you're right? I pooh. My hand away from his and turn around, walking backward to face him as I tease him. He's trying not to laugh, but his eyes are shining with amusement. He shrugs. Hey, I don't mind being wet. I'm not the one wearing a white t-shirt, he says, looking pointedly at my chest. Oh, shit. I look down, then look back up. He's right. Maybe we'd better head back, I concede, looking up at the sky just in time to be hit on the forehead by a big, cold raindrop. I walk past him quickly, heading back the way we came, and hear him laughing uncontrollably as he follows. I glance over my shoulder to see I am holding his watch in front of his face. 30 seconds, ballerina, he announces between guffaws. And 25 seconds later, as if Mother Nature heard me taunting Edward's freaky rain predicting abilities. The skies open up and a chilly rain begins to fall, turning almost immediately into a downpour. Edward speeds up to catch up with me and takes my hand, pulling me along behind him. As the rain continues pelting us even harder, I stumble as we step up onto the path, managing not to fall, but just barely. Edward glances back at me with concern and pulls me to his side, wrapping his arm around my waist. I wrap both of my arms around him and we walk as fast as our awkward stance allows the rest of the way to the truck. I'll drive, he says, ushering me to the passenger side of my truck. I hand him the keys and he unlocks and opens the door, then shuts it once I'm inside. After I lean over to unlock the driver's door, I sit back up and look down at my wet, now see-through, white shirt. Hurriedly, I pull the thin fabric away from my chest, then groan in horror when it snaps right back, plastering itself to my skin once again. I hear Edward slam the tailgate closed on his way around the back and then he gets in beside me. Sitting on my hoodie, his hoodie just as I'm about to grab it and cover up. He's chuckling quietly as he gets in. I turn to look at him and see beads of water slowly dripping down his face and neck. I have a sudden impulse to reach over and catch them with my fingers. Instead, I busy my hands by twisting them into the wet material of my shirt. His hair, usually so carefully crafted, is now dark and flattened to his head. Typically, the first thing he does is run his hand through the top of it a few times, sprinkling drops of water in every direction, including on me in his effort to get it to stand up again. I smile as I watch him. Once he starts the truck, I scoot to the middle of the seat to turn on the defroster and the heat in the truck. I fail his eyes on me as I adjust the temperature settings, then I start to scoot away. Where are you going, ballerina? He says quietly. When I turn my head to look at him, his smile is gone. His green eyes bore into mine, his long, dark eyelashes framing them. He tucks some of my wet hair behind my ear with his right hand. Back to my side, Edward, I answer just as quietly, but I feel my heart begin to pound. That's Edward the Great, to you, he teases quietly, turning a bit to face me as he slides his right arm around my shoulders and leans toward me. As he presses his lips firmly against mine, another sharp stab of desire races through me and I lean into him, sliding my hands around his neck and tangling one in his damp hair. I open my lips to him immediately, sighing softly as his tongue sweeps into my mouth to tangle with mine. I press my chest closer to him and feel the warmth of his left hand as he lifts it to lay on the side of my waist. As we continue kissing, he holds me loose with his right arm even as his left hand is on the move. From the side of my waist, he slides his hand around to my lower back, spreading his fingers wide. When he slides his hand up my back and tugs me more tightly to him, I sigh again and he groans quietly in response. He shifts his right hand from its spot on my shoulder up into my hair, gripping the damp strands with his fingers. His left hand traces along the band of my bra from the middle of my back toward the side, under my arm, and I automatically angle my body out slightly, hoping he'll touch me. But he lowers his hand slightly before sliding around to the front, so that he grazes my ribs instead. Breathing heavily, He pulls away and rests his forehead against mine, looking into my eyes as he catches his breath. Loosening his grip on me slightly, he sits up a little straighter, then chuckles as he glances at the front window. Jesus, ballerina, we fogged up the fucking windows, he says quietly, looking at me again, smiling at me. Yeah, I guess the defroster can't quite keep up, I agree, letting my hands slide down to rest on his chest. He ducks in to kiss me gently once more, then murmurs against my lips, I think you'd better put the sweatshirt on now. Quote, I can't quite stifle my giggle. You're sitting on it, I point out, scooting away from him, toward the other side of the truck. Grinning, he tugs the sweat sheet RT out from underneath himself and hands it over to me. I quickly slide it on while Edward turns the defroster on high and looks around on the dashboard, probably for the windshield wiper knob. On the left, I say. And he finds it immediately, switching them on and then grimacing when they squeak loudly across the glass. Jesus, ballerina, why do you drive this rickety old hunk of junk? He asks. He's kidding, I think. But my feelings are still a little hurt. My dad gave me this truck when I was 17, I say adamantly. I love this truck. I know I sound defensive. I am defensive. My dad was so proud to give me this truck and I was so excited to get it. I guess that, to me, it's a tangible symbol of my relationship with my dad. I know I'll drive it until it falls apart. Hey, Bella, I was kidding. You know that, right? He asks gently, reaching over to grab my hand. I turn my head to look at him and nod, smiling when I see that he was being sincere. This truck fits you perfectly. As we drive back to his building, he asks me random questions about high school, about boyfriends. There isn't much to tell there, but he acts interested anyway. When he parks in a spot in front of his building, I look quizzically at him. He leans across the seat to settle his lips lightly against mine. Come up, he asks, kissing across my cheek toward my ear. I pull away slightly because I can't think straight when he's doing that. I also can't form complete sentences. I can't sit around like this, I say, gesturing to my wet clothes. I'll give you something to wear and we'll dry your stuff. We haven't even listened to the hip-hop CD yet, he says, trying to sway me. He's not going to have to try very hard. Exhaling loudly, I nod. Blank, underscore, blank. When we get upstairs, he gets me boxers, athletic shorts and a t-shirt, then puts the hip-hop CD in his stereo system while I load my wet clothes into the dryer. He turns the music on as I come back into the room. You figured out the dryer okay? He asks, turning to look at me. Yes, Edward, I nod, smirking at him. I pushed start just fine on my own. Ballerina, he says warningly as I laugh. When I get close enough to him, he tugs my arm and I stumble into him, happily letting him wrap me in his arms. We sit down on his couch and talk quietly as the hip-hop plays in the background. After 6 or 7 songs, he sighs. I'm sorry, ballerina, I don't really like this music, he says, looking at me hesitantly. Edward, we don't have to like all the same stuff. It's okay, I say reassuringly, stroking my fingers across the back of his hand. You're still gonna hang out with me? He asks, nudging me with his elbow. Yeah, I say grudgingly. I guess. I bet I can find a hip-hop song you like, anyway. I'm gonna keep trying. He laughs and stands up, then pulls me to my feet. Okay, you keep trying. He relents, pulling me close. Come on, let's cook dinner. We spend the next hour in the kitchen, working together to make pasta and salad. I put my own clothes back on when they're dry, but stay to watch a movie after we eat. We talk more, we make out more, but there's still no touching in any of the commonly known erogenous zones. However, I'm rapidly discovering that my body tends to believe that anywhere Edward puts his hands is an erogenous zone: neck, arms, back. I like it all. At 9 o'clock, I reluctantly leave. For the first time in a really long time, I had a full weekend of outside the apartment activities. So I've got to get home and get ready for the week. Like last night, Edward walks me to my truck, kisses me goodnight and asks me to text when I'm safely in my apartment. When I do, he asks me to stop and see him before my classes Monday night. Smiling, I type out my assent, and then giggle as my phone rings in my hand. It's him. Even though we just spent the whole day together, butterflies erupt in my stomach and I hastily clear my throat before answering. Hello. Hey, Bella, he says quickly. Hi, I answer, irrationally giddy that he's calling me after we spent the whole afternoon and evening together. I forgot to say thanks, for the date, he says. I laugh before I answer. You're welcome, Edward. I had a good time. I did, too. So I'll see you tomorrow, right? He asks. Yeah, I'll stop by, I confirm. Okay, see you then. Night, ballerina, he says softly. Bye, I reply, smiling widely as we disconnect. Biting my lower lip, I contemplate whether he really called to say thanks or whether, like me, he wasn't quite ready for the day to end. In the end, I decide it doesn't really matter why he called, it only matters that he did. Blank. For the next 3 days, both Edward and I are busy working, but we make time for quick conversations and kisses. At the full moon, they're getting ready for the big Halloween party coming up on Saturday. I know Edward won't have a lot of free time until Sunday, but I told him I'd come by the bar Thursday after classes. I've just finished cleaning the studio Thursday night when I hear a knock on the side door. As I walk toward it, I hear Edward's voice. Ballerina, it's me, he calls through the crack. Smiling widely, I unlock the door and open it to let him in. Hi, I say, rising up on my tiptoes to peck his lips. Hi, he answers, putting his arms around my waist and kicking the door shut with his foot. He leans back against the closed door, pulling me with him to rest against his chest. He lowers his mouth to mine again and I eagerly part my lips to let him in. His tongue swipes slowly, almost lazily, against mine for a minute, until I shift my weight from side to side, wanting him. He grunts into my mouth THN, kissing me more NTLY and spreading his hands to span my waist across the back. He slides them down until he's almost touching my behind, but he stops just at the top curve, his index fingers and thumbs slipping inside the fabric of my cami to stroke slowly along the skin above my booty shorts. I switch one hand from around his neck to around his waist, sliding it up the inside of his t-shirt to scratch my nails lightly across his lower back. Shit, ballerina, he groans, pulling away. This isn't why I came over here. He chuckles lightly, his green eyes glowing in the bright fluorescent lights of the hallway. He pulls me into a hug, using one hand to push my head into his chest right over his heart. I smile when I hear it thundering away just like mine. He takes a deep breath before he speaks again. My dad's next door. He wants to meet you, he says. I gasp and jerk my head up to look at him. Edward, oh, my God, why were you kissing me like that right before you want me to meet your dad? Oh, my God, he's gonna know we were over here making out, I say, my voice rising higher and higher as panic sets in. Bella, hey, calm down, he laughs, letting go of me easily when I pull myself out of his arms. Baby, it's all right, he just wants to say hi. I'm aware that he called me baby, which I really like, but I can't allow myself to enjoy it right now. I'll have to revisit that later. Jesus, Edward, why did you? Now I'm all, and I have to meet, and it's your dad, I stammer, glaring at him when he continues to laugh at me. I can tell he makes an effort to control himself then, wiping the smile off his face and stepping forward to take my hands in his. Bella, he's gonna like you, Edward says softly, smiling at me. Everyone likes you. He'll wonder what the fuck you're doing with me though. He chuckles and raises one eyebrow at me. One side of my mouth curls upward and I squeeze his hands. I'm a mess, I argue. You look good, ballerina, but you might walk. NT to change if you don't want me to beat up every fucking guy in the bar, he says. I glance down at my bare, pale legs and 2 short shorts. It's gonna be easy. Mom and Rose went to dinner, but Emmett's next door. I exhale loudly, happy to know I have another ally. Finally, I nod at him. Okay, you go back. I'll change and be over in 5 minutes, I offer. He looks at me questioningly. I promise. 5 minutes. With another quick kiss, he turns and goes out the door. I rush into my office, grabbing my jeans, long-sleeved shirt and makeup bag from my duffel. I go straight to the bathroom and change quickly, trying to yank the V-neck of my t-shirt a little higher. If I just had some decent boobs, it wouldn't look so saggy. Sighing in aggravation, I pull the hair tie out and brush my hair. I then put a little powder and lip gloss on. I try to study my reflection objectively. My hair looks okay, there's a little bump where the elastic band has been wrapped around it all night, but at least it's not frizzy. My face looks okay, no big zits or blotchiness. I check my teeth, nothing stuck, and chew on a breath mint as I put everything away. I glance at my watch. 4.5 minutes have gone by. I get my keys, purse and duffel, switch off the lights and head out the door, stopping briefly to stash my duffel in the cab of my truck. When I walk in the side door of the bar, I immediately spot Emmett standing behind the bar. Tiny, he calls, waving me over. I smile as I approach him, knowing that he's trying to ease my anxiety. You want a shot? He stage whispers when I get close enough. No, thanks, I laugh. Feeling more relaxed already. Water will be fine. He chatters at me while he fixes my ice water with lime, then leans across the bar to touch my hand. The doc's a nice guy, Tiny. You'll have him eating out of your hand in no time. He points me toward the farthest booth toward the back. I can't even see it from where I'm standing. Nervously, I walk in that direction, smiling with relief when my eyes meet Edward's and he slides out of the booth and stands to greet me. As soon as he does, the man sitting across from him follows suit, scooting out of the booth and turning as he stands to look at me. Holy hell, Edward wasn't lying. Rose looks a lot like her dad. He smiles her same smile, his blue eyes twinkling, as I reach them. Bella, this is my dad, Carlisle, Edward says. His voice sounds normal, but his face is turning a little red. He looks so cute, all embarrassed, that I grin more widely at him before I turn my attention to his dad. Bella, it's so nice to meet you at last. Dr. Cullen says, reaching out to shake my hand. I glance down at the hand I'm grasping. This Edward gets from his father. Their large hands, their long, slender fingers are the same. It's nice to meet you, too, Drive. Cullen, I say. Please call me Carlisle, he says as he releases my hand. Edward takes my water so I can slide in the booth first, then sets tea in front of me and slides in beside me, reaching over to grab my hand under the table. He squeezes my palm gently and then rests our entwined hands on his leg. As Carlisle asks me questions, I see him glance at Edward often. Edward is fidgety, seemingly unable to sit still. I look at him quizzically. He's not like this when his mom is here. I think I'm making Edward nervous, Carlisle says to me. He seems to be good-natured and he seems to be enjoying torturing his son a little. I smile when I think of my dad always making a point to parade around in his boxers and a t-shirt mere minutes before my friends were due to arrive during my high school years. I would beg him to get dressed every time. Maybe it's a dad thing to derive a little fun from embarrassing the kids. I'm not sure what it is that he's afraid I'm going to say. He chuckles and I laugh, too. Dad, Edward says warningly. Relax, Edward, Carlisle says. Your mother is much more prone to gushing than I am. I'm not going to say anything about how glad your mother and I are that Bella is around or how anxious we are to have you two over to the house for dinner. He pauses for effect. Oops. Carlisle and I laugh, and after a few seconds, Edward grudgingly joins in. I'm telling Mom on you, Edward says as Esme and Rose approach our table. I'm not scared of your mother, Carlisle states defiantly, not able to see that Esme is coming up behind him. Oh, you're not, huh? Esme asks from behind him, crossing her arms across her chest and raising her eyebrows jokingly. Now it's Carlyle who's red-faced, embarrassed. Even as he laughs with everyone else. Carlyle slides over to let Esme in the booth, pecking her lips lightly once she's seated. Rose pulls up a chair at the end of the booth. With Rose and Esme's arrival, the talk turns to the Halloween party this weekend. Esme excitedly asks about everyone's costumes. Edward insists that he never dresses in costume as Esme shakes her head at him and Rose rolls her eyes dramatically. What about you, Bella? Esme asks, smiling at me. I'm not sure. Alice is bringing something by tomorrow. She kind of put herself in charge, I laugh. I was actually relieved, for once. When Alice told me she'd take care of it. I hadn't had any great ideas and Alice really is good at this kind of stuff. Emmett and I are surprising everyone, Rosalie announces. We'll definitely win the costume contest. You guys can't win, Rose, Edward says, frowning at her. You're employees. Whatever. I say we'll win anyway, she says, leveling her gaze at her brother. Or don't you ever want me to lift the... Shut the hell up, Rose, Edward says through gritted teeth. They glare at each other for a minute until Carlyle breaks the silence. C.S. This is what it sounded like when they lived at home. You don't miss that, do you? He asks, winking at me. Esme's got a bit of the empty nest syndrome, he explains quietly to me. I nod and smile back at him. No, I don't miss this part. Esme answers quickly, her green eyes shining the same way Edward's do when he's amused. I miss the part where they were sweet babies, she says WST fully. Mom, Rose was never a sweet baby. She bit me the day you brought me home from the hospital, Edward jokes. Rose punches his arm, but they smile at each other and laugh as he rubs the spot she hit. Carlyle craftily changes the subject then. And we sit in the booth talking for another hour. As Carlyle and Esme prepare to leave, Carlyle reaches across the table to pat my hand. Take care, Bella. We'll see you again soon, he says kindly, sparing a glance in Edward's direction. I'm sure. Blank. Saturday night. My doorbell rings 4 times in quick succession as I dash toward the door. Jesus, Alice, put your patient panties on, I grumble as I unlock the door and pull it open. We each gasp as we look at each other. Hers in excitement, mine in disbelief. It's perfect. You look great, she gushes excitedly, pulling me into a hug. He won't be able to keep his hands off you tonight after he sees you in this. There will be groping. I hug back, now speechless for 2 reasons. I decide to ignore the groping comment and focus instead on her outfit as we pull apart. Alice, what the hell are you dressed as? I stammer. A schoolgirl. A naughty schoolgirl, she replies, twirling in a circle for me. Short plaid skirt, tight white shirt and knee-high socks. I shake my head slightly at her. And Jasper is the stuffy professor I tempt into exploring his naughty side. Wait. Till you see him. Tweed jacket, pipe, the whole bit, she laughs. Alice, you are unbelievable, I say, still shocked. I'm not really sure why though. I should have expected something like this from her, especially after all the role-playing she talked about today at Rose's final lap dance lesson. I have way too much knowledge of both of their sex lives now. After Rose left this afternoon, Alice badgered me about Edward and was disappointed to learn that nothing new happened this week. I tried to explain that we hadn't really been alone because he hadn't had any nights off, but Alice shook her head at me and mumbled something unintelligible under her breath. I distinctly heard the words, naive girl, and idiot boy, though. What? I don't look hot enough? She asks, turning to look in the mirror beside my door and snapping me out of my not-so-fond remembrance. Nah, I'm totally smokin'. And, by the way, so are you in a much more innocent way. She nods at me and motions with her finger for me to turn in a circle. Smiling, I indulge her. She was right earlier, this costume is perfect. When she showed up yesterday with the black, shimmery flapper dress complete with several rows of fringe, I knew right away I would love it. The shift dress is modest enough for me to feel comfortable wearing it, but has a broad neckline that accentuates my shoulders and neck. The cut of the dress is shorter and less boxy than a traditional flapper dress, skimming close to my body and ending a few inches above my knees. I didn't even fight Alice about the fishnet stockings she brought, agreeing that they looked right with the dress. She showed me how to pin my hair so that it looked like I'd gotten a bob and gave me a headband adorned with a long, black feather. As I'm turning, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Noting how dramatic the deep red lipstick and dark fabric look against my pale skin, and smile. I'm anxious and excited to see Edward's reaction, other than our date to Pike Place. I've never been dressed in anything except casual clothes or dancewear around him. You look like you stepped out of the Roaring Twenties, Alice pronounces as I face her again. She nods, then wiggles her eyebrows at me. Edward doesn't stand a chance. Jasper's waiting in the car. Let's go. Blank, _, blank. 4 hours later, Alice and I are dancing jumping around in front of the band with all the other drunks. Except I'm not drunk. I've had a few beers, but not enough to impair me. I glance over at the bar. Edward's been busy the whole night. I've barely been able to talk to him. But I catch him looking at me a lot. Right now he's standing at the cash register, so his back is turned toward the room. I study his broad shoulders, the way his sides taper down to his waist, and sigh quietly. Rose suddenly appears beside me and pulls my hand, turning me toward her. Quit staring, slut, she laughs. You two are ridiculous, all these smoldering, lustful looks at each other. It's like you're trying to make me feel sorry for you. It won't work. She shakes her head at me as I look at her confusedly, and then hugs me with one arm in a rare display of affection. I laugh and hug her back. Every time I look at Rose and Emmett tonight, I laugh. They came as the Hilton sisters. Rose looks pretty normal, just a little glammed up. Emmett is wearing a red, strapless dress, a long, blonde wig, false eyelashes and red lipstick. I almost fell down when I first saw him. When he saw me, he pronounced me hot, and although he didn't say it with quite the same inflection as Paris, it was close. Edward, who was standing next to Emmett, nodded in agreement, but kissed me instead of talking to me, which was just fine with me. Alice, Rose and I danced together for the next few minutes. When Jasper pulls Alice away to dance, Rose and I both turn toward the bar again. Edward's not back there, but Emmett lifts his arm to wave at us. I had to sew 4 dresses together to make that outfit for him. I'd better be getting something in return later, she yells in my ear. I giggle, then startle as someone grabs my waist from behind. I whirl around and come face to face with Edward just as the band segues into a slow song. Hey, I say, grinning up at him stupidly. Maybe I am a little impaired. Hi, he answers, smiling back. Dance with me. When I nod, he slides his right arm more tightly around my waist and reaches for my right hand with his left. I slide my left arm around his neck, sighing as I remember the last time we danced on my birthday. I remember how I wished he was mine. I stroke my fingers gently over the nape of his neck several times before burying them in his hair. He leans down to whisper in my ear. You look fucking great, ballerina, he breathes. I smile and turn my head to press my lips against his cheek. He pulls back to press his lips to mine. I like this song, I say after a minute. I know some of the words still. My guitar gently weeps. The Beatles. Yeah, he answers, still smiling at me and letting go of my hand so he can slide both arms around my waist. He kisses me again. Are you having a good time? Yes. Are you? I ask. Yeah, except Lauren keeps fucking making fun of me, he says with a chuckle. Why is Lauren making fun of you? I ask, chuckling just because he is. Because I keep looking at you, he says. I narrow my eyes and look up at him. Really? You have a thing for me or something? I ask. Yeah, I'm shamelessly asking for confirmation that he likes me. I mean, I know, but it's always nice to know. Nodding slowly, he leans down to press his lips softly to mine, then moves his lips to my ear. Come home with me, he whispers. Closing my eyes, I nod, to blank, underscore, blank. I'm nervous as hell when we get to Edward's 2 hours later. It's been a long time since I slept with Seth, more than 2 years. I should have kept drinking beer instead of switching to Diet Coke. Once we're inside his condo. In his living room, he kisses me. I'll get you something to sleep in, okay? And I'm going to shower. I've been at the bar all fucking day, he says. A few minutes later, I'm in the extra bathroom changing and trying to get all the pins out of my hair while Edward showers in his room. Once my hair is loose and long again and I'm dressed in the same Radiohead t-shirt and plaid boxers I wore last week, I wash off my makeup, and then walk to the kitchen to get a bottle of water. I twist the top off and gulp a third of the bottle, greedily guzzling like it's liquid courage, which of course it's not. And then I hear footsteps in the hallway, so I turn my head and see Edward walking toward me. He's wearing basketball shorts and pulling his t-shirt on over his head, giving me a momentary glimpse of his chest and stomach before they're covered. I swallow more water hastily, splashing a little around my mouth. I lower the bottle and raise my other hand to wipe away the excess. Can I have a sip? He asks as he approaches where I'm standing at the kitchen counter. Jesus. He smells good, he always smells good, but now he's freshly good. Shit. Can't think clearly. Breathe, Bella. Answer him and breathe. MMMHMM. I manage to utter, holding the water out toward him. He takes it from my hand and drinks. I turn my body to face him to watch him. You okay, ballerina? He asks, setting the water down on the counter and resting his hands on my shoulders. I nod, lowering my eyes, then quickly raising them again when I'm afraid he'll think I'm looking at him. I focus on his neck. He has 3 tiny moles right above the neckline of his t-shirt. Hey, Bella, he says. What's wrong? He puts 2 fingers under my chin and tilts my face up toward his, but I keep my eyes on his neck. I swallow loudly. Nothing. I whisper, letting the words die out and the silence take over. What, baby? He asks, so softly, so carefully that my eyes lift to meet his all on their own. When I see the worry in his gaze, I want to wash it away. I smile and lift my hand to his face, scratching my fingers lazily through the already visible whiskers on his jaw. He smiles tentatively as I slide my hand from his jaw around to the back of his neck and pull. At the same time I raise myself on my toes and meet his lips with my own. Our lips touch gently, lingeringly once, twice. The third time, our open mouths crash together in a tangle of lips, teeth and tongues. I wind my arms around his neck. Edward slides his arms around me, up the inside of my shirt to caress my bare back. As his hands skim up and down and then around toward my front, I whimper quietly and hope he'll keep going. But instead of sliding up toward my chest, Edward's hands shift to my back again. Fingers spreading wide and pulling me closer. Suddenly, he pulls his mouth away from mine, pulls his hands from my skin. He backs up a step, out of my arms, and reaches for my hands with his. Smiling, he backs up another step, pulling me forward with him. When I take 2 steps toward him instead of just 1, he leans in to kiss me quickly. He backs up again, tugging me along and then finally drops one hand and turns around, pulling me down the hallway toward his room. The nerves that were silenced by the kissing quickly spike again as we reach his doorway, but he doesn't seem to notice my hesitance as he continues walking into the room. He stops when we're next to the bed and kisses me once more. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go turn off all the lights I left on out there, he says. He does realize I'm freaking out a little here and he's giving me a minute to get myself together. Geez, now I like him even more. Hurriedly, I pull the covers back and get in bed on the same side where I slept last week. When he comes back a minute later, he gets in the other side and we lie facing each other. Immediately, he starts talking, telling me that he let Lauren pick the costume winner so he wouldn't get in trouble with Rose, asking me which costumes I thought were best, agreeing with me when I said I thought Emmett's was the funniest. I laugh with him when he AYS that although he likes Alice and Jasper, he thought their costumes were creepy. As our laughter dies down, I scoot closer to him, raising my hand to his shoulder as he lifts one to my waist. We and toward each other and kiss, then never pull apart. He doesn't let his lips leave mine as he pulls me closer. I slide my hand down his arm, then back up, working my hand under the short sleeve of his shirt to rest on his bare shoulder. Soon after, his hand snakes up under my shirt and rests just above my waist. Slowly over the next couple of minutes, his hand moves higher and higher until finally he cups my breast in his hand. Using his thumb to swipe across the nipple, sighing into his mouth, I kiss him more fervently and shift my legs, hooking my ankle around his leg. He pulls his mouth away from mine, kissing down my neck as I tilt my head back to give him better access. He uses his teeth and tongue to assault my neck before moving his lips back to mine. He continues caressing me for several more minutes, then lets his hand drift down to my stomach at the same time he slows his passionate kisses. "Ballerina, we'd probably better stop before we get carried away," he murmurs. "Okay," I whisper, both disappointed and relieved. I press my closed lips to his 2 more times. He rolls to his back and pulls me into his arms so that I'm pressed up against his side, my head resting on his shoulder. He kisses the top of my head as I wrap my arm around his waist. Smiling, I let my eyes slide closed and, content, fall asleep. Blank, underscore, blank. EPOV. Fucking hell. I lie wide awake, forcing myself to stay on hand patrol before I do something I shouldn't, something I really shouldn't. I grasp her hand and move it up again. As soon as I let go, she slides it right back down. Why do I keep fucking letting go? Because it feels so goddamn good to have a hand besides my own on my dick. It's been weeks since anyone else has touched me. And her repeated gropings in the dead of night in her fucking sleep have me aching, and aching for more. "Bella ballerina," I whisper. She answers sleepily. Her eyelids flutter, but don't really open. I groan. "Jesus Christ, Bella, if you don't stop putting your hand there," I say hoarsely, letting my voice trail off at the end. "Putting my hand where?" she mumbles. "There," I answer, covering her hand with mine. Her hand squeezes a tiny bit, exploring, trying to figure out what she's touching, trying to fucking torture me. I don't know. "Fuck," she gasps when she realizes what she's got a handful of. But she doesn't let go. I pull her hand away roughly and roll us, pushing myself in between her legs and hovering over her. "Edward," she sighs breathily, reaching her hands up to my face, my hair. I dive toward her mouth, pulling at her lower lip with my teeth and balancing on one arm as I slide my hand up her shirt again, unable to keep my hands off her chest now that I've touched her perfect tits. I cup one, squeezing gently, plucking at the nipple as she whimpers under me. She pulls at my shirt until I awkwardly pull it off and toss it to the side, and she sighs again. As she glides her hands across my bare chest. Jesus, all her little fucking sounds drive me more insane. She pulls her own shirt up part way so that our warm skin sticks together. I feel her hips lift toward mine hesitantly and I thrust myself against her, moaning her name as I rock myself against her again and again. "Oh, God, Edward," she says hoarsely as she hooks her hands in the waist-band of my shorts and starts to push them down. "Fuck." I scoot my hips back and pull my mouth away from hers, burying my face in her neck. I slide my hand out of her shirt, pressing my palm to the bed beside her shoulder. "Oh, God, we have to stop, Bella. I can't sleep with you," I growl. "What? Why you don't want me?" She whispers between gasping breaths, tensing under me. "Jesus Christ, ballerina, of course I want you, of course I want to," I insist, then press a kiss against her skin. "I just can't." I think she knows I can. She had her hand all over my rock-hard dick a few minutes ago. "Why not?" she asks, still breathing heavily. She lifts her hands to my head and runs her fingers soothingly through my hair again and again. "Fuck, now I feel worse." I sigh loudly. Beck. Oz, my fucking sister made me promise not to. Her fingers slow, and then stop moving altogether. The room is completely quiet except for the sound of our still rapid breathing. Neither of us breaks the verbal silence for a minute until I feel her breath ruffle my hair as she exhales one word confusedly. What? We will continue in next part.